Alright, and with that, and I'm just gonna put some music in the background. I hope it's not too loud for you guys. And the music's all just fine. And with that, welcome to the night CSGO tournament. I'm more than excited to be here tonight. And you may be wondering, where is Kate actually? Kate's actually competing, so if you've seen us before, usually this tournament is doing me and Kate doing this together. But Kate's competing in one of the teams, so she will be joining later on into the stream. Either if her team just drops out of the tournament, or otherwise just whenever she has the time. But at the start, you're basically stuck with me. And you're also going to be stuck with me for most of the hosting here. But what do we have in store for you today? We have a 5v5 tournament. We only have 7 teams now because that's something I have to address right away. The team Smart People and Pearson unfortunately dropped out last minute before the tournament and therefore is not going to be competing tonight. But most of the other teams, or all of the other teams, are basically here. They're excited to be here for you tonight. And in a moment, I'll also show you the bracket for that one. So just so you can see who we're all dealing with tonight. And yeah, in case you're wondering, we're having double elimination. It's going to be the full rounds, the full 30 rounds if needed. So 16 rounds needed to win. And it's going to be very exciting. I also see a lot of you people in the chat so far rooting for your teams. Feel free to do that and do that continuously throughout this matchup, or all of these matchups basically, as I'm basically going to go ahead and cast all those matches for you. And as you can see, we have a small logo down here in the bottom. That was a very accentuated point right there. But this one is Master Blaster, and they are the ones hosting this tournament in the background for us, hosting the tournament platform for us, so we're able to not worry about it. I'm able to sit here and just have the matches play in the background while I'm here commentating for you and don't have to worry about too much. So a big shout out to them. It's amazing that they're here. And yeah, with that, I think as a starting point, let's take a look at the bracket and let's see who we're all dealing with today. Because today we have, and that is the first team matchup we have right here, we have Datsuknix versus Stixon. That's the one we're gonna watch at the starting point. Then we have Stainless versus Play Reborn. Well, for the first ones we can still decide. Stainless versus Team Reborn and Inter versus Trödeltrupp. And due to a random match or random seeding, we've had multiple people sitting there to well, witness it. We have the wild ones with the only wild card, which is the reason why they're in round 2. I see a lot of people say we want to see Play Reborn. Alright, we're going to watch Play Reborn. For the first round, we're going to watch Play Reborn. For the second one, we're going to go into this one, just to give as much teams as we can a bit of some air. But I think, let's go for the first round. I'm okay with that. Let's go for Play Reborn. Fine with me. I see a lot of you guys are supporting them, so I want to give you what you want. But, to highlight it for those people who don't know it, well, Lerox, you still have your time to shine. Don't worry about it. The people have decided, okay? To be fair, the people have decided. But, since this is double elimination, you can see there's a second bracket down at the bottom, overruled, exactly. So whenever a team drops out, for those of you who are unaware of that one, so who don't know exactly how a double elimination works, let me just quickly explain it. So whenever a team loses in the upper bracket, they will go into this lower bracket right here, that you can see, and there they will basically have a second chance. If they drop out there, then it's over for them, but every team has to at least play 2 matches, which is a lot of fun, I guess, for them. So they don't drop out immediately, which is at least also a bit fair. In case you have a bad starting point, you can still catch up, which is cool. And, as you can see, most of the rounds will be best of 1, except for the semifinals and finals, which will be best of 3, in fact. So just for you to know, the semifinals and finals will be best of 3, which, yeah, is going to be quite exciting in my opinion. So yeah, you guys still have 5 minutes to decide before the match to start which one is then actually going to be, well, how can I best say it? Which one is going to be the streamed match then for the first one? I see a lot of people voting for Play Reborn. I see one person now going for Stixon. So far he's still overruled, but Play Reborn I think for now takes the cake. I see a lot of people voting for that, so I can't go against that in the first one. Yeah, there's even more coming. Nice to see you all in the chat, by the way. I love that. But yeah, I think with that, we still have 5 minutes before the first match starts. So, one thing that I, of course, have to address is prizes. What does the winner get of this tournament? The tournament winner team, only the winners though, will get, what's it called? Will get Amazon vouchers as a winner, as a winning prize, so they can basically pick whatever they want from it. Can't you do some kind of conference skip through the matches? Sadly, no, because that's going to be very, very hard to commentate as well. So for the moment, we're just going to put each different matches up, but I'll try to catch every team at least once, as much as I can. So I'll try to keep sure that we at least get every team once. We'll start for today in the winners bracket, and once we basically then get into the lowers bracket, or losers bracket then, or once the winners bracket is done for today, we'll then go into the losers bracket and watch another match there. Because basically round 1, let me just bring the bracket back while I'm anyways talking about it. Basically round 1 in the winners bracket right here, round 3, sorry. Round 3 will be the cutoff point. That's something we're going to do tomorrow. So that's why it's 2 days. So these best of 3 matches, they will be tomorrow. Same for here, round 4 as well. Disregard the times, I'm still updating those as I go along, as I realize those are missing. And yeah, basically that is the cutoff point, so we'll definitely at least watch this match as well otherwise, and most likely also one of those 2 matches. So a lot of teams will have their time to shine. So that's definitely something you can be excited for today. And we're still waiting for around, I guess, 3 minutes before the map picks will start, and then we get to see it. Sixten will be the best match to watch. I mean, they can prove it in later rounds as well. I'm for sure that they can do it. I think for now, the most points or the most votes have been for Play Reborn, so I can't go against those, I'm sorry. But as I said, we'll skip through it as we go along, so don't worry about that. We'll still have a lot more teams having their spotlight in this stream tonight. Don't worry about it. But yeah, also bit of a little, let's say, point I'll address. I'm still recovering from a bit of a sickness, so don't worry please don't be worried or something if my voice sounds a bit weird today. I hope they'll get better during the day as well. And also, since you're here on this Twitch channel and we still have sick fake news, it's fine. But basically, one more little thing to address just out of my own personal space. Since I'm streaming here a lot, this time I'm just in the caster role, but normally I'm streaming also play games myself here, as we're bridging the time a bit. So all the VODs that you get from this Twitch channel, also this tournament, if you want to rewatch it later on, you can see it on our YouTube channel, Accenture Gaming on YouTube. And there's also all the VODs to all the personal streams that I've done here. So anything you want to see here, and also if you want to stick around in the future, you'll get it here. You'll also see a last tournament we've done around last year, somewhere in the middle, and the AGL tournaments as well, all on the YouTube channel. And if you're excited about CS, you can also tune in tomorrow for the second day, and then of course for Sunday, where our ESL Division 6 team is playing. It's the first time they're going to be streamed, so very excited about that as well. Okay, while we're still waiting for all the teams, I'm very excited to see how all the teams are going to play. I heard that a lot of the teams, in case you're wondering about the skill level, have a very high skill level. And I see a lot of hype already for Play Reborn here in the chat, so I'm expecting a lot. You just know that you're making me expect a lot from that team. But also other teams like Datsukniks, they have a lot of good players here as well. I know that some teams, they maybe not be feeling too confident about themselves, but they might be underselling themselves. So I guess we can look for a lot of interesting matches, a lot of exciting rounds to come. As we see, the first matches are starting now. And as soon as I get the link, I'll put it right into my CS. And we can get started with the first match. We're just waiting for the map pick right now, as all of the Bracket number 1, matches have begun. The players will soon then have a link, will join, and I will then go into the GoTV and have the auto director play while I comment over it. So the first match, as I said, will be Team Stainless versus Play Reborn. Then later on, we'll watch whoever wins the match between Datsuknix and Stixon against the Wild Ones. And from there on out, we'll see whoever's in the loser bracket and we'll continue there. That is how we're going to start this stream. Those are the matches we're going to watch. And yeah, also for you, if you're on our Accenture Discord, you can also, well, set up the hype there. Go ahead and tell everybody to join here on the stream, because we're going to have a lot of fun here. So in the meantime, I'm still waiting for the match to come up. And yeah, I see Team Datsuknix versus Stixon will be playing on Inferno. They're preparing the server as we speak. As Team Stainless versus Reborn, they're still in the in their map pick for the moment. And now the map pick is finished, so we will watch Team Stainless versus Play Reborn on Mirage. And I see it here, first team joins CT right. No, there will be a knife round for the start. So we're excited. I see Team Play Reborn will win. Well, we're about to see. I hope they can back it up the way you're hyping them right now. I'm excited for them. I'm excited to see how they're going to deliver here. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see for sure. Okay, I'm still just waiting for the GoTV screen right here, or the GoTV right here, before I can then copy it into my console. There we are. So I copied it. We're going in. Bear with me. I have 2 keyboards, so don't wonder that I'm actually doing this all on the side, because I'm actually doing all of the streaming and everything also on the side as well. So I'm hosting the entire OBS and everything while I do this. But I think with that, I'm going to stop the music because we don't want to get distracted for this one. I'll put up the music later on as well. I'm going to start at the CS music. So you get to hear that one, because we're going in for the match right here. As we're waiting for the GoTV to start, it will have a delay. Wait, let me just quickly put on transition as well. So yeah, so you can see I'm now a bit smaller. I'm down at the bottom. I made sure to not cover up any of the vital spaces to make sure that you guys get to witness the full power of this matchup right here without having to look at my face all the time. I mean, you have me still down here in the bottom, don't worry about it. And I will be casting this match for you. So currently we have the warm-up. I think as this one will anyways have a bit of a delay, we will have to wait for the delay of the service to start, because of course if one of the teams would have a person that watches the stream, that would be bad. So we're glad that we're using GoTV to have a bit of a delay as well, so everyone has a fun time watching the stream right here, while we're also able to, well, to just enjoy the nice broadcast we have here on Twitch. And yeah, the teams can have their fair matchup, as I'm excited to see how it's all going to play out. I see NoSQ being hyped up a lot, quite a lot. I'm expecting a lot for that. In the meantime, I'll quickly just also try and look for where the third team has actually gone to while we're waiting for this. I just want to see which match they have actually joined. Okay, I have to go to another screen then otherwise. Then I'll check it later. But yeah, we're seeing the team members are joining in as we speak, which is, yeah, very interesting. 1 minute and 45-second delay, that's fine. So you can basically see everyone joining in right there. This is how it all works in the background. This server has been entirely set up. This is the beauty of Master Blaster. You just put it in, and I get the GoTV link, the players get their match link, and they're just good to go. It's amazing. This website has helped us a lot. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'll actually pick this one. Then you have a better audio. Because now you should have a good audio. Let me know if the audio is too loud or too silent, because then I can adjust it if needed. So feel free to let me know if anything's too loud or too silent. I'll be able to adjust it. As we see the teams warming up just a little bit, you can see the not ready on the side. As soon as they type it into the chat that they are ready, they will then go for the knife round, and afterwards we'll go for the... Well, audio's fine, perfect. They will then go for, yeah, the tournament as it is. So whoever wins the knife round gets to decide where they want to start. And yeah, it's exciting to look at. We still see Team Stainless for the moment in the warm-up or in the build-up, still waiting for 2 more players on their side. But I think for the moment that is still fine, as we're still in the warm-up. So that's the cool part. As long as they don't click ready, nobody's gonna get, well, excluded from it right here. So they can just wait until their players join. So if anybody has a bit slower internet to start, because at least for me personally, it always takes a bit of time before the game loads. But then once I'm in there, it's fine. There's issues with Steam. Oh, I see, I see. Well, let's wait for a moment. So 1 player just left as well. Just see if there's anything else. If the match would take too long, we can also at any point jump into another match. But I think we'll just wait for them to actually join. Should be fine any moment. As we're trying to just get a bit of insights into the warm-ups of these teams. And for me personally, overall, I love the map of Mirage. A great map to start with. It's, let's say, close to home for me. I love it a lot. And I always had a lot of fun with it as well. And probably the map I played the most when I was playing earlier, or last year towards the end, is I think the last time I truly played CS myself. Looking a lot at it as well. I like this one. Competitive Counter-Striker, he's high rank and is top frag every game in gold 3. Put some respect on his name. I have all the respect I have for no SQ. All the respect in the world for him. I mean, look at him. He's so ready. He's the first one to be readied up. Look at this. He's ahead of his time right here. If you can see the players on the left side, all 3 not ready. On the 4th side, 3 people not on the right side, 3 people not ready. But no SQ. He's ready. He's hyped. He wants to get started on this match. I like that. Right, we're still waiting for 3 more players in this matchup right now. We're still waiting for them to join right now. And I'm checking on the side of the Discord if there's any issues, but I think for the moment everything looks fine. At least from what I can tell. Just looking through all of the different channels just to see that nobody is having any issues, having any problems. I think there was one issue with Steam, but let's see if that one's being fixed soon, as both the teams are very fair, let's put it this way, and waiting for their players to join as well, or also waiting for the opponent's team's players to join. So kudos to both teams for just having the patience, waiting for all the players to join. As we see both teams just now having fun waiting for it, as we see a lot of them in Palace just waiting up, just having a bit of a chill lounge right there. Maybe they should put a smoke grenade there, just having it, turning it into a shisha bar or whatever, I don't know. Whatever they prefer. Not judging. And now we see Team Play Reborn is definitely full. I want to see that Suknix will have more times to join them, to play them as well, to watch them as well. Now, finally, I got it. So don't worry about it if you're missing your team right now. We have to start with 1 team, but we're gonna watch them later on then as well, depending on where they are in the different placements as well. What was the prices? The prices for the winner team, you get, every team member gets Amazon vouchers. So basically a voucher with which they can buy whatever they want on Amazon. I think it's up to 80 euros, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely something worth playing for. Because I think we can always like say, okay, some gaming setup or anything, but at the end of the, or gaming hardware or anything, then at the end of the day, with those 80 euros, you can buy a whole lot of things on Amazon. So I think that's not bad. 80 euros per player, exactly. So that is really, really cool. At least that's how I understood it. So don't quote me if I now misunderstood something, but that is at least my statement. quickly looking if my mouse is still working. It should be. My mouse sometimes has a bit of issues, so if I suddenly jump out of this screen at the bottom where you can see me right here in this box, if I just jump out because the PC that's actually streaming the match right now is right behind my desk. So if I jump to that, you'll basically know why. Let me quickly check. Are they still facing any issues? Because I see only 3 team members on the side of Stainless. So I guess we're still waiting for Team Stainless to be, well, joining right now. It's very sad. If it keeps up, I'm gonna jump to another game actually. And then we're just gonna see. Because I think that makes more sense. Why is Hogo playing this? I don't know, I guess they're just trying to burn time right now. It's a very interesting strategy, spawn camping right there, but yeah, see. That Suknix versus Stixon just started. I think if they're still waiting, then let's go for that Suknix. And then we are going to join another match, then join this match then later. So I'm going to quickly jump into the other match, and then we're going to go back for Play Reborn in a later round. So don't worry, we'll still get to see them, just at a later point in time. So don't worry about it. Your favorite team is not lost. But I'm quickly jumping then into the other two. Sadly, they're waiting a lot of time. I'm sorry about it as well. I know you guys are excited for that team. But we will definitely go into that one in a later point in time as well. So don't worry, for all of you who are excited for Play Reborn, you will still get to see Play Reborn. Don't worry about it. And I'm currently just waiting for the GoTV for me to load as well. And then we get to see where we are with Datsuknix versus Team Stixon. And we are still in the warm-up, but every player has joined. So we will soon get the chance to look into the knife round. I'm just going to drop back into this particular thing while I just try to get something out of my chair. Never mind, it's stuck there forever. It's going to be there forever. But yeah, the match is starting. We're starting with a knife round right now. So whoever wins this knife round, Team Stixon versus Datsuknix, they will actually get to decide on which round they're going to start. I see a lot of familiar faces from previous tournaments as well, with Lerox and, well, I'm just going to call them Trigger in the bottom. But we see them lining up, waiting on mid, and now here they go. I think the upper hand is currently on the side of that Suknix, and they take the knife round without any question. I think they did even lose a player. I think they lost 1 or 2, but they did really, really well. So now they get to decide. And they're now waiting to say stay or swap. So they get to decide if they stay on CT or if they will go to to T side. And they decided to stay. So they're going to play or starting on CT side, and will then later join over on T side after 15 rounds. So definitely a starting point that will favor, as far as we can see from the last matchups in the last tournament, it will favor Lerox for sure, because he's a menace with the AWP, and if he gets one, he's just going to gun down mid right away as he wants to. But as we're looking on, we see Team Stixon, everyone currently still, of course, not buying too many things. A couple of nades, a couple of utility on the CT side, of course, to try and keep down Banana. As we see now them going through mid, 3 of them push through, I think the entire team, the entire team pushing through mid right here as we see, getting directly on the bomb side, maybe catching Datsuknix by surprise, taking out 2 players rather quickly, and now planting the bomb, putting the pressure on Datsuknix right now. And I think Banjo having a bit of a trouble as they're trying to retake the A side right now. I can press, I can press X-ray as well, so we can see where the players definitely are for them. Makes a lot of sense. So it's at 2v1, but he can't, unfortunately, he cannot, well, keep that Suknix out of the bomb defuse, and they have enough time. So the first round, of course, nothing lost yet, going to that Suknix, taking the early lead. And of course, in every CSGO match, at least every one that I've played in, these first rounds are important because, I mean, they're not that much decisive, and there's a lot of time to still come back. But it's about the mental capacity. It's if you lose the first rounds, you have to come back from that. And that's going to be challenging if that Suknix keeps it up. But I mean, it's the first round, nothing lost yet. Everything's still open, so let's not overjudge it right now. You see now everything down the kitchen sink from that Suknix down mid as they're doing the same on Banana, just trying to keep the teams at bay. Okay, Disco Dave trying to see in which fire they're gonna go. Okay, so both teams buy. I think a lot of decent weapons with 2 Galils also on the T side as we see the first kill on Banana. But I think Team Stixon now taking a bit of time, picking off one on second mid, very important. And now evening the odds. I mean, they're a bit hurt for the moment, but they have a good shot. And picking up the gun from his teammate to not lose that valuable money as Bulldog and Trigger are trying to keep down B side. I think both teams still not sure which side's going to be pushed, but you can see at any moment when they realize that all of them are on Banana, you can be sure that Lerox and Banjo will be moving over to support their team members on B. Exciting will be if they're going to go through Banana or if they're going to go through CT to try and corner them. I would suggest going through Banana, but it's up to them as we see 2 of the team members trying to go through the other side, trying to fake going to B, instead trying to go to A, but still the team very split up as Lerox I think is now trying to circle back towards B. But yeah, getting probably the info from his teammates that not exactly much is happening there. As now Donlon trying to make some noise on A, and all of the team of Stixon is regrouping towards A side. And now going down short. Can they use the numbers advantage? Very good placement by Lerox, picking off one team member, but getting traded by his friend. And I think 2 times the trades, basically. So we have 2 team members down, but also 2 team members down for Stixon. And now, I think still the upper hand looking at the health slightly on that Suknix, but they have to get the site back. And that might be a bad situation. And a very nice placement by, I think it's Mini Pit right here, by Donlon, securing that tie for themselves and evening the score again. I think what we're about to see is if they're going to buy or if they're going to go Echo. I think they're probably going to buy a lot of rounds. At least Donlon for sure buying. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Team Stixon is buying, whereas we see an Echo round on that Suknix, trying to get some more money. And I think, at least from a gun perspective or weapons perspective, Stixon having the upper hand in this round, of course. But Deagles are still packing a lot of punch, so don't worry about that. Because if you're supporting that Suknix, they have a lot of shot to get back. If he shoots the chicken, though, I'm going to be very sad. And we see the first kill with an op going right through mid. That's why the op is so dangerous on mid. And picking off a second one. Picking off Bulldog right here on Banana. Can Peak get this for his team? Team Stainless go. Team Stainless is currently playing as Reborn. They're also live. Very nice. So we might get to see the second match of whoever wins. And Trigger with a very nice placement, but sadly can't get both. Can only get a headshot on Peak as Disco Dave gets it for his teammate. And now they can start planting the bomb, hopefully, on the side. As they're still, yeah, they're gunning down Lerox, and now it's 3v1. I think the upper hand definitely going on Stixon right now. And let's see if Banjo is going to try and save what little he has. And trying to maybe save an AK over here. Because he knows he cannot take down all 3 of them at once. It would be possible, don't get me wrong. But it's going to be highly unlikely for him to do that. So with that, I think the best part that we're going to just see is him trying to save the money, and I hope, or the weapon basically, as Stixon doing mostly the same, staying a bit careful, and making sure they keep all of their weapons. I mean, they have an AWP, they have an AK, they have good weapons, and now with this, with winning this round, they have pretty decent economy, I would say. As we see Stixon taking the lead for the moment. Now the question, of course, will they buy? Will they just keep on buying? I think they will, but what will Team Datsuknix do? Will they go for another eco round? It sure seems like it. I was expecting them to actually try and counter buy it, but it makes sense to try and get some more economy looking now at their numbers. I didn't look at them first, but it definitely makes a lot of sense for them to keep another eco round. To hopefully come back then with better equipment, as we see Benedict picking off Banjo, taking half his health as well, but still giving his team a slight numbers advantage already. As 2 team members going down Banana, the other 2 going through mid and to the second mid basically, probably trying to go slowly through apps where Bulldog is actually waiting for them. Let's see if Bulldog can actually pick them off, or if otherwise they have the upper hand. As we see a molly being thrown, so Bulldog and TPMS definitely getting that information that someone is in apps. They might need to get him as well. As we have the 2v2 situation on Banana right now. And Donlon trying to slowly push out, but can they see the other person on long waiting for him? TPMS is waiting for one person to come out. As both teams very careful, not trying to go too much in the offensive. Has Play Reborn started? Yes, they have. They're officially starting on the other side as well. And we see now the entire team grouping on A, and I think also, wow, what a headshot through the smoke. As three team members now of Team Stixon being picked off, trying to push A side, but it didn't quite, well, work out for them. Now we see Deem.Suknix getting back to the tie right now. Switch to Reborn, great match. Well, we're started off with this one. I'm not gonna switch mid matches, but I'm gonna switch afterwards to a match that Team Reborn will be. So we're gonna stay on this match, as I said, and later on we'll then go into Team Reborn. You get Reborn, don't worry about it. Reborn will come, don't worry about it. But they will come then in the second round. I know you're excited for them and I don't want to hold them away from you. See now, the team of Stixon trying to keep a bit more towards mid for the moment. And yeah, they're trying to be very careful, but already pushing a bit towards A. You see the tendency more going towards A, as we see a very aggressive push by Trigger going all the way towards Banana. And yeah, we see both teams trying to be careful, as we see two members already picked off by Team by Team.Suknix. I would quickly just ask, guys, please be fair for the other teams. All team members are participating in this tournament, so please be fair for the other teams and also give them their spotlight, alright? We waited for the other team, and sadly the match didn't start, so please wait for that. And we're going to go back to this one. And keep the fairness for all the matches, please, as well. Very much important, I think. As we're going to stay on this match right now. Now we see Trigger now trying to pull once again, pushing a lot of util down Banana. As Disco Dave just pushes right through. That could be unexpected for them. And he does get the surprise for them. Actually picking them off right here. And Disco Dave now pushing further, but trying to be a bit too risky as Bulldog picks him off. But we see Peak and his teammate trying to push on A side as Bulldog holds down B side for them. Once again, keeping the the upper hand on, on Team.Suknix. Well, I didn't say too much because actually 3v3, I'm sorry. Alright, and we see now Team Stixon pushing all the way onto A side. An aggressive push and getting the bomb plant down. That's very important now, putting the pressure on Suknix to try and get that bomb diffused right away. And yeah, let's see. Team.Suknix being very careful, but now being discovered that they're both trying to go short. Important info for the entire team that's trying to hold down the side very, very well. Picking Bulldog off from the side, and now Lerox 2v1, he cannot get that by himself. Sad for him, good attempt to retake the site by Suknix, but not good enough, unfortunately. But so far a very even match. Also, if you're... The match is like watching paint dry. Guys, be fair, seriously. We can't always watch one team, okay? We're gonna watch your team, don't worry about it. But this match is the first one. Both teams are playing smart, both teams are playing very careful, not trying to take too many unnecessary risks. As we've seen Disco Dave take an unnecessary risk the last time. It luckily still paid out for his team in the end. But yeah, very important for both teams to keep their wits about, because otherwise one single mistake can have, well, a bit of an issue. Will Inter play? Inter is currently playing against another team as well. but we will probably see whoever wins that match against whoever wins play Reborn against Team Stainless then later on as well. So don't worry about that. And Bob, I'm sorry I don't understand what you're saying. That's a language I do not speak. So if you want me to understand, if you have a request towards me, you have to write it in English because I sadly can't understand that. It's up to you to write it otherwise as well, but go for you. 3 op this round? Yeah, we see, well, 3 ops on Datsuknik's side, but definitely we see Lerox with the op, and that is his favorite gun. Let's see also the op on Peak's side. But let's see if that actually pays out for them, because they have 1 shot. But if the AKs get too close, the op's gonna not have that much of a fun time. Let's see Donlan now on the A side, but getting, well, ambushed by the team from Graveyard right here, and Datsukniks getting the round for themselves. Due to time, I think. I think they took too long, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, definitely also a winning factor. It's okay to be careful, but you shouldn't be too cautious, especially as the T side, because if you are, it happens like this. You might be on the side right away, and, well, while you're on the side trying to plant a bomb, time goes down, and you're back to square one. You see now Trigger trying to push very aggressively through Banana, hoping probably for a better gun, as we see an eco around on the Stixon side. Potentially the upper hand point that Datsukniks is trying to get for the moment. So let's see if that actually works out for them. Oh my god, getting shot right in the face by Lerox right here. Very unfortunate time to peek it, as Lerox was looking directly down that door right away. And yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see what Stixon makes out of this. They're down 2 team members, but nothing is lost, of course, if they play their cards right. But now they're losing 2 more, and I think this round is fair enough. I can fairly say that this round is decided for Datsukniks, but let's see. Is Banana a location on this map, or in generally decided? Banana is a location on this map. It's basically from the T side. When we're seeing it on the screen, I will actually say it which one it is exactly. But it's the route, if you look in the map in the top left, going up to B. That part is actually the Banana. So I'm not just making that out. Cetos are playing a bit aggressive. Yes, they are, but so far it worked out quite well for them. As we see another eco round for Stixon, desperately trying to get their economy fixed. Let's see. So this one, what they're throwing the utility down, that one is Banana right there. But nobody's home, as the entire team is going more towards A side for the moment, or staking behind in T. So let's see if that actually works out for them. Again, a very defensive mode, but Disco Dave staying in the smoke. Lerox catching a glimpse of him right as he tries to take the upper hand from appearing out of the smoke. Very nice strategy, as the gunshots from Peak give him away so Trigger can pull him off. Or, well, pick him off. That's what I wanted to say. As you see now, once again, 2 team members down on Stixon's side. They're not doing too good right now in the last couple of rounds, as they're again being pulled off. Maybe Datsukniks has found their groove for this one right now, as now the last team member staying, trying to go desperately towards Apps, as Datsukniks takes another round for themselves, solidifying the first, well, larger lead that we've seen so far. So definitely exciting to see. And yeah, 10 rounds already being played, a third of the match is over, and so far Datsukniks being in the lead. Very good plays by Datsukniks for the moment, but Stixon at the start also very careful, as we see now they bought decent guns to try and hopefully, it's not exactly a full buy, I'd say, to the P90, but still mostly a full buy, as they still get picked off by the AWP and Apps. Oh, that's an unfortunate one. As you see, all 3 players now are on mid. Are you going to watch the whole game and switch to another? I'm going to watch the whole games. I'm thinking about, if you really want it, we can switch during the halftime to another match. If you're really that, I can offer that one. Is that fair for you guys? That you will give these 5 rounds to the teams and actually be for them? As we see Trigger trying to pull off 2 people on mid. Okay, fair. Then I don't want to hear complaints anymore about Team Reborn not being visible. 4 rounds we'll see for this one, and then we'll switch to the other team for the second half. That's what I'm gonna do. To be fair for you guys. You can vote. I think the voting is very clear, let's be honest. The voting is rather clear, let's put it this way. Sorry to say it. But for the later matches, we're gonna be there. As we see now that Suknik's solidifying a decent lead right now. They really have found their group. And now an interesting strategy, trying to push through, but getting picked off mostly by Bulldog. And of course the team, you can see him now, Lerox going from CT as TPMS is coming from Banana, trying to push through. And he's trying to get the bomb plant, but can't quite get it down. Very unfortunate for him, as Peak can at least pick off Lerox. And now Peak with the op, 1v2. He knows one person might be here. Oh, he doesn't. I thought he heard him, he didn't. And at the same time, great spray, picking off 3 team members on Banana. And his teammates picking off the rest. Very important. Guys, he sticks in, but can't be selfish. I'm just trying to give the people what they want, okay? For the later rounds, I'm trying to put full matches, but since we're in the first round, let's go a bit through. We can be flexible, it's fine. Sorry. We see still a full by 2 ops already on Datsuknik's side, but getting picked off while he tried to retreat from the early pick on second mid. And now 2 guys, or no, just 1 guy trying to push slowly towards Banana, and 1 person going up mid towards A. Can he get one of the team members on A side down and potentially securing an opening for it? Let's see. A great shot with the op through the concrete right there, hitting Disco Dave right away. As we see now, Peak trying to get their pick on A side. And I think now, can they get the bomb down on A side before the team members from B rotate? We can already see Bulldog coming from B side as Trigger is staying behind. So can TPMS secure it for themselves? No, they can't. And now it's up to Trigger to try and secure the bomb side, or get back the bomb side against 3 opponents from Stixon. That might actually be the the returning point for Stixon, opening them up for a potential comeback. But we've seen Trigger picking off 3 people before. I bet they can do it again. So let's see if they actually can pull it off. Curious to see how it's going to play out. Trigger being very careful, potentially also going to save the op. I think that makes more sense. He's trying to pick off 1 person, and he gets the pick off as he at least robs 1 person of a very good gun. But now going back towards, well, to save his op, very important. And 1 person dying to the bomb, unfortunately. So 2 people down with weapons. Sad for that, but they still have enough money to get it back, so don't have to worry about it too much, as they still can afford a full buy by both teams. Very, very good for both sides. But Datsuknik still has an impressive lead, so that round has to be the start of a comeback for Stixon, else they might be in trouble. But Stixon still trying to be a bit careful, as we see Datsuknik's trying to go more aggressive, picking off 2 people directly on Banana. Wow. Trigger with the op, very, very good. And let's see, I think they're trying to go for a 3rd one. They know that more people are waiting down in the T-spawn. Or in, yeah, T-ramp, sorry. That's what I was looking for. Let's see. You see Lerox side. Well, you only get to see Lerox for 2 more rounds. At halftime, we're going to switch due to viewers' requests. At least for this one. But enjoy the 2 rounds that you can see. You see now the team Datsuknik's being careful, but getting picked off. 1 person getting picked off by Peaktif, but immediately getting the trade from Banjo. As Disco now pushing through, but losing a lot of his health, only leaving him with 5 HP. And that is nothing for Bulldog to pick him off and secure another round for Team Datsuknik, as we're approaching the last match for or the last round before the halftime, before the round switch actually, where we are also going to switch games. You You see, very interesting. Why ever the teammate knifing TPMS right there, as Peaktiff gets an early pick on Larox right there in mid, as he tried to transition over to the other side. And now both the entire team trying to be a bit more cautious, potentially thinking that it's a push towards A side, as the team of Stixon is still very much in the back for the moment. Oh, now they're actually trying to get committed. But if they push towards B right now, they're free. But I think they're committing themselves more towards A. Would have been funny if they just rotated through. But I think Trigger trying to see that it's still very cautious to trying to loop back to B, as the team now, as Trigger goes back towards A side, is now going towards B. Very interesting. You're always against Larox? That's interesting. And a grudge, I see. Okay, but I think Stixon trying to pick out which route to go best. And so far not really sure which side might be the preferable one, as now one of their team members, I think it's Peaktiff, trying to go... No, it's not Peaktiff, I got mistaken. It's Donlon, sorry. Trying to go through as... Oh my god! The entire team of Stixon just got obliterated going up to top mid. Very unfortunate for them. And, well, with that, Bulldog securing the 10th round. Oh, and now we have the last round of the first half. Okay, we're gonna watch the last round of the first half. I completely mixed up the numbers up above. I'm sorry. I was wondering why I didn't see that one. And then we're moving over to Team Reborn. Don't worry about it. As we see, potentially, this match, I think, being very decided. It's gonna be very important if team members are actually gonna go, if Team Stixon's actually gonna get back, but they get picked off immediately on Banana, all 5 team members. That was over quickly. And with that, 11-4, I think we can safely say that Team Datsuknix has the upper hand here, and we are gonna now move quickly into Team Play Reborn. So with that, just bear with me for a moment, as I'm going, as you requested, towards Play Reborn. They're almost over, but we're just gonna quickly give a little peek into that one. And then we get to see it. So don't worry about it. I'm pulling it up as we speak. This one? Nah. Let me delete that. Perfect. As we're jumping right back into this. 4 to 6 round as T is heavy. Yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be important for Stixon to try and find a comeback. But here we are, the moment you've been waiting for. As soon as the match comes up, I'm gonna switch to it as well. And here we are. We are with Play Reborn versus Team Stainless. And oh my god, Team Stainless getting obliterated for the moment. As Team Play Reborn is now 11-3, dominating them even more than we saw Team Datsuknix. So they're really stomping them as we speak. As you can see, Hogel now picking off the first one on CT. Trying to get the bomb plant, as we see already the Team Stainless in a corner directly. And Hogel picking off another person, but getting the, well, the return from CT, as the entire team is actually going all the way towards no, it's B side and getting the plant down, and before they even have to wait for any timer, the match is already over. Amazing. If Larox wins, will he play against the Wild Ones? Exactly, that's where he's gonna be. If he wins, he's gonna go against Wild Ones. As we see 3-12 for the halftime, as now Play Reborn is now on the CT side. Team Stainless now switching over to T side. No SQ getting carried, I see. Let's look. Oh yeah, sorry, no SQ. Well, the team is actually quite even, I would say. Hogel picking, topping off a bit, but the rest is quite even, I would say. Can we get an interview? We'll check if we can get an interview later on with people. We see now the first round, again as always, a pistol round. If you don't know it, after the round switches, we're going back with 800 economy for everyone. So now no SQ picking off someone, and oh, very unfortunate, the team killed by Hogel. Very unfortunate placement here, but still, that doesn't stop Play Reborn as it seems, as it's now 2v1. Hogel making up for his issue, or making up for his small mistake, and actually picking off the final kill. Very important kill for Play Reborn as we speak right here. And I think this is safe to say that this match is decided. I'm sorry for Team Stainless, but those of you who are fans of Team Stainless, it's not over for them right now because they can still come back in the losers bracket. So it's not over until the losers bracket matches are played. So don't worry about that. We need Inter. We'll check that we can watch Inter then later on as well. Don't worry about it. As we see Muffin picking off Domac all the way in Palace right here. And now the rest of the team slowly pushing A ramp right now. But getting picked off by Sikhil. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Muffin is so good. That was definitely a very good good peek there right away. You can see, oh, getting flanked from the connector. Not sure if Cecile picked that up, but Hogel protecting them right away. Very, sorry, very important. And again, the 3v1 situation. Diagnosis Psychosis is the last one always standing, I feel, for Team Stainless. But even though he has the bomb, I'm not sure if he can pick that one up. But Hogel definitely carrying the team for the moment. Well, not really carrying, they're all doing well. As we see 14-3, they only need 2 more wins to move on to the second round and play against whoever has won from Team Inter against another team as well. I'm forgetting their name right now. We see Play Reborn immediately getting comfortable on CT side, picking off with even getting flashed right away, but still doesn't stop him from getting the shot right here. Sorry, I'm coughing up a lot. I might have to drink something. Okay, your friend, what the hell is going on? Seriously. Right. That's what happens if you insult the commentator, you get timed out, my guy. Sorry. I am also a mod, sorry, my friend. As we see, Team Stainless having a very decent round actually here. And actually getting one kill again, or 1 round win against Play Reborn. Kick your friend from that out? No, no, no. We won't be that evil. I just timed him out for the moment. That's fine. Some people just have to learn their lesson. It's okay though. As you see, Play Reborn getting a bit of a dampener right here, going for an eco round. But let's see. We have definitely the guns advantage on Team Stainless side, but can they make the most of it right here? Let's see. As you see the early pickoff, getting Cecile all the way on A side, but getting the trade on Mr. Ratchet right here. And now Play Reborn, wow, they're going too fast. Play Reborn actually turning the tides against Team Stainless. They're in the eco round, they don't care. They're still getting the eco round right here. And yeah, we see 2v1 now for Play Reborn. And now 1v1. Can Nosq actually live up to the hype? Can he do it on himself? He can do it by himself. Can he defuse it as well? I think he has more than enough time, even without the defuse kit. And securing the match point for Team Play Reborn. Very fitting song for them. Very fitting song for him. As we now see the match point, so all Play Reborn has to do is win 1 more round, and I think looking at the stats right now, that is very easy for them to do. That is very easy for them to do. And I think, as I said, I'm thinking that this match is decided. As unfortunate as it is for Team Stainless, they will be moving most likely into the losers bracket, but it's not over. But they have to pull out a miracle if they want to live in this tournament's winner bracket for the moment. As we see getting Hogel off the map, very important as they now get the entry onto A side. Leaving only Cecile and Bavan trying to now have to retake A, as hopefully they get the bomb plant down. But Bavan didn't quite see that H3 is actually, well, pushing all the way down CT, but still unfazed by it. Is now trying to push towards defusing the bomb, and of course the pressure on Team Play Reborn. But it might be not the round that they're going to win right here, as Bavan is very, very low on health, has to go against 2 players and defuse the bomb. That might be a miracle for him that even he can't pull off. Unfortunate. Okay, sorry I was a bit aggressive. Yeah, just keep it friendly in the chat. We're all friends here, okay? Keep it friendly. I'm keeping a bit an eye on it, but as long as you guys get along, that's important. We're all trying to have fun here watching this tournament. We see another eco round for Play Reborn. And Team Stainless with the full buy right here. Very important for them to try and pick off anyone they have. Picking off no SQ right here in window, and a second one all the way trying to get through tunnel all the way to B side. As they're pushing through the apps towards B, only having one person as their opponent. Getting a trade, but that's still fine for them as they're now holding down B side. Can they see it? Okay, guys, he apologized. You don't have to stir the pot again. Seriously. As you see Cecile trying with the up to take it back. 2v2 now. And probably the upper hand on Play Reborn side right now. Can they do it? That's the big question. As they might also try to save those weapons to have an upper hand in the next round. Let's see. Yeah, they're trying to save, and now keeping their upper hand. I don't think they needed to save, let's be honest. But well, they have two very important weapons. They have a lot of economy, so well, not that much. I thought they had more. And let's see. Just relax and watch a beautiful game. Exactly. We're all trying to have fun here. And I really have to drink something after this match while we're going to the next one. You're speaking so fast all the time, that also takes a bit of a toll on my voice. As you see again, 2 people going, or even 4 people I think, protecting mostly A side. As one person just quickly checks B, now going towards A as they expect the full A rush. And now getting picked off, flanked from the side, very unfortunate. Mr. Ratchet positioning himself very, very well. And yeah, very important. Could this be a comeback from Team Stainless? It sure looks like it, as they have the upper hand once again. Guys, seriously. I don't want to say it again. Calm down in the chat, really. As we see Team Stainless really picking off another win. I think they're now on a 3 or 4 win 4-win streak right now. Very, very good for them. So potentially looking at a comeback right here. Very important. Take an ice cube for your throat? I mean, maybe later. Maybe in a break time I'll do that. But thank you for the advice. As we see now, Team Stainless pushing slowly, very, very slowly, trying to not make any noise towards B side, but actually then potentially going to go through tunnel and all the way through connector towards A, who knows. I think they're trying to be careful with the lead they have right here, as, well, Play Reborn going for another eco to then hopefully use the gun advantage to then try and actually, well, turn this one around. They only need one more win. Let's hope they actually can get it, because otherwise it would be very sad for them if they lose that match right here. But Hogel and Bavan picking up 2 people, getting immediately traded, putting it again in the 2v3, or now 1v3, as Cecile has to do it all on their own. The bomb plant on B. Can they potentially try and get a good weapon and defend the bomb side from 2 oncoming players? They have the gun, they have the skills for it. Can Cecile pull this off for their team? It's very important. They know where they are. Now pulling it to a 1v1 Mr. Ratchet versus Cecile. Can he pull this off? And Cecile unfortunately cannot get it right away. 2 very important kills and getting Mr. Ratchet down to 13 HP. But still not enough. Very, very sad on his side. Very, very sad. But now they have full or mostly full economy. I think that, yeah, they have full economy. Sorry, I missaw one of the gun icons right there. They have full economy, and now Play Reborn at their full strength. Can they bring this one home after losing, I think, 4 matches or even 5 now in a row? Let's see. Reborn throwing game potentially. I mean, right now they're losing 4 matches in a row. Let's hope it doesn't get to their head. As Cecile getting picked off by H3 right away, and another one getting picked off by H3, but now getting the trade from Muffin down under, and now Bavan having to go against 4 players. So really not as much as CT was in their favor at the starting point, now apparently getting too comfortable with the lead that they had. Very important. That's Nosk at his finest. Now Bavan going as 4 people. I think the best position he can do is try and save that gun, but even then his teammates won't have the economy to try and back him up, but they'll at least have one gun that they might can give to Hogel or whoever has the experience with it to hopefully well, bring home this match for them. It would be sad if they lose it, but it would also be amazing by Team Stainless to pull this one to bring this one home by themselves. Very important. And I think with that round loss that they lost right now, that definitely got to their head, I feel. So Play Reborn having to keep cool as we're well, as we're approaching the next match point and only 6 more rounds to go. And if all 6 are going towards Team Stainless, to quickly just check it, they have won 5 rounds in a row against Play Reborn. And if they're actually winning all 6, well, in that case, they would bring it home. So let's see how it's going to play out for them. It's very much getting close, it's very much getting excited. Another eco round as expected on Play Reborn's side, only having Baban with a saved weapon from the last round. As Play Reborn still trying to play mostly aggressive. Nosq trying to get one person through the stairs, from the stairs out here, but didn't quite get him off, but getting picked off on mid by the other team member flanking Mr. Ratchet, going through mid as the entire team now pushes towards B. Information that Hogel can now provide to his team that hopefully can take the team out on B side. As now Bavan using the weapon he has from the last round, trying to get to defend B side as a bomb is planted and the pressure is on Play Reborn. And again, Bavan pushing out a bit too recklessly right here, getting picked off by Diagnosis Psychosis, leaving it to a 2v3. And Mr. Ratchet picking off Cecile 1v3 right here, but Mr. Muffin, or Muffin as himself, just getting actually from short, trying to pick them off in the back, but I don't think he has neither the time, nor the money, nor the health, nor anything to take on all 3 people. Very unfortunate for Play Reborn, as we see Mr. Ratchet and the entire team of Team Stainless really popping off right here. They're really moving ahead. Very important. Now, of course, the question, they have a full buy. This is a game, it's very exciting here. But let's see. Comeback confirmed, it might be, but no, already 2 players of Team Stainless getting picked off, 3 players now, and I think Team Reborn said, okay, it's playtime is over. They're getting this one, bringing this one home. H3, I think one of the best players on their side. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm getting back to the auto director. Apparently it kind of got switched off. But here we are. As H3 now trying to get back slowly onto B side, giving him potentially the upper hand. If he can get the bomb plant down, putting the pressure on Play Reborn. But it's 5v1 and 5 players. He really has to put a full ace in order to bring this home. And sorry to say it, against Play Reborn, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. So that's going to be very much challenging. And now, of course, one of their team members spotting H3 on mid. H3 taking down Hogel and Bavan. But the entire team, Nosq with the last shot, bringing it home for Play Reborn, which has officially won this one then as well. And they're moving on into the... Let me just quickly pull this up. Moving on into the second match of the... words. Of round 2. As we see, Inter versus Trödeltrupp is... Let me just quickly check where they are. They're still going, so should we go for Inter or should we go for Datsuknix versus... which one? Datsuknix won against Dixon. So should we go for Datsuknix versus the Wild Ones or Inter versus Trödeltrupp? Up for you guys. You guys get to vote. Inter game? Alright, then we're gonna go for Inter game. I see a lot of people going for Inter. Stixon lost. Yes, Stixon unfortunately lost. Very sad for them. But then we are going to go for Inter. I'm quickly going to go for Inter. The point is why I'm going for Inter, just for you to describe why I'm going for this one. Because while Inter is playing, Wild Ones and Datsukniks will have their starting point, and Inter is almost finished. So once the Inter match is over, we can switch to the Wild Ones which are in progress. I think that is fair. At least from my perspective, that seems fair. As we're going directly into Inter, which currently is leading by 11 points to 4 at the half round. We can see the first 3 rounds going to Turteltrupp, and then a full-on blowout by Inter, completely destroying Turteltrupp, getting them on the upper hand. I see a lot of new players, and I think by now we've basically, and that is the cool part, apart from team the Wild Ones, which we're going to see. Don't worry, if you're fans of them, we've now seen every team at least once in the stream. I think that's fair for the starting point, if anybody's wondering. As you see now, the pistol round and Turteltrupp trying to get an early B-side right here, trying to keep Inter at bay and really getting the upper hand on this pistol round right away. I mean, it's just a pistol round, so it's nothing to worry about. But it's definitely an important round for Turteltrupp to try and get back on track. And hopefully getting in some way some foot in the door against Inter right here, who absolutely stomped them in the first half on T side. But Turteltrupp picking up the first one in the second half of this matchup, as I'm actually going to open something to drink as well. I know this is an energy drink, not a beer if you're wondering. And it's not a good energy drink, oh god. But we're gonna have to live with this. Now I can stream for another 13 hours again. Alright. As we see Inter going for another eco, a half buy I would say on Turteltrupp's side. The drinking water energy is not exactly water. Can the half buy bring the upper hand for Turteltrupp? They're desperate right here, trying to flank Inter, and the flank seems to work out. A very good starting point by Inter, but that nade was very crucial to the plan of Turteltrupp. Getting the flank and actually just getting them on the side. As now, still one player on Turteltrupp not having that much, that good of a weapon, I think. Not sure if they just kept it from the last round and decided to roll with it. As Inter now going for the entire full buy right here. Who can enter this tournament? Any country? There's a lot of different countries. We limit it to wherever our company, since Accenture is a company behind it, is working. And apart from that, there's no limitation. So only where we are working and people that are on our Discord. As Jindar right here, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce the names, of course. Picking off 3 people right here. Very important in the middle as Turteltrupp tries to, with the last 2 remaining players, going towards A side, but getting picked off by the AWP by EC. And I think this round going for the first one towards Inter of the second half, potentially getting them back on the train they had in the first one, in the first half. As we see, pulling it back up in the first half, they also lost the first rounds and then just railed through. Potentially they just need the 3 warm-ups before getting fully warm on their different sides. As we now see Turteltrupp going for a full eco. Oh, well, that's not really a full eco, but mostly eco, let's put it this way. As Inter getting quite some decent weapons, especially Jindar with the off right here, very important. And a full rush on B side. Let's see if they can pick it off due to the weapons advantage, or if that's not going to work for them. But amazing plays by EC with the shotgun, picking up 2 people and getting an AK. But only having 2 HP left. Can he get the other one spraying through? And getting the headshot on Paddox. Very, very well done. A lucky spray, definitely. But it worked out in his favor. And Easy and Jazu now trying to pick it off. Shin giving away his position with that. And potentially giving actually Cordoba the potential to pick off one of the 2 players. And Shin finishing off the other, securing this round back for them. It's evening out more and more. As now, of course, the op that they salvaged from Jindar, very important loot that they're taking, as they now have a full buy. As we see a half buy, I think, on Inter's side. And Inter again going 2 people towards B side. 2 people towards B side, 2 towards mid, and 1 pushing a bit down A. And potentially trying to listen for anybody going through to A, but might actually miss the opponents coming slowly towards A side. Let's see. See an interesting flash, trying to flash B side, trying to get an early pick, but both teams now being very, very cautious. The first rounds we saw in this on the second half, very aggressive, and now being more cautious, trying to get the upper hand on either side. Let's see once again another flash, I think. No, it's a smoke, I'm sorry. Now a flash by EC, both teams, and now we see the push on A side actually, as the last remaining player of Team Turtletrup gets picked off in the back, and now they're getting flanked from 2 sides. The team coming from CT side, as well as that last player, Jindar, coming all the way from T-spawn actually. So they're in the middle between all 3 players, but they have the bomb down, so they only have to hold the side long enough. They don't have to hold it forever, just long enough. As Cordoba trying to keep the upper hand, and now go easy with the shotgun, pushing all the way up, and expecting Cordoba to be right there, but can't quite get it down. But does Inter have a kit? No, he doesn't even need a kit, sorry. To actually get the defuse and getting them to the 13-point lead, or it's not a 13-point lead, but the 13 points, leaving them with only 3 points left to win. They only have to win 3 more rounds. Very important. This energy drink is not good, I'm sorry. Sorry to say it. Note to self, everyone, don't buy low budget energy drinks. As we're now moving towards, again, a half buy on both sides, I would say. It's mostly a full buy on Turtletrup. As Turtletrup has to find some way to revise their strategy to get more rounds in the upper hand. It's mostly trading right now between in the rounds between. As now potentially getting the flank. No, not quite getting the flank, as the team member Gajin is not pushing through along with the rest of the team. But still getting some early picks. Jindar getting Vinks down right here. And now having the team cornered on the entrance of B side. As one player is trying to loop all the way to A for some reason. I'm wondering what player number 4, Cordoba, is currently doing. He should go back and support his team right here. Gummy bear taste, not quite. But Team Inter having B side very, very secured, as Daju or Jazu actually peeking over on A side, seeing if anybody's coming from that. So having that secured as well. From a safe distance with the ops, a very good placement by Jazu right here. As Inter Easy just waiting for his shotgun kill right there against Neko. Just expecting one person to jump down out of here at any moment. And Jazu still a bit unsure about the A side, as now we see the push going all the way towards B side, and you see immediately the team of Inter. Great communication, you can see, because the team of Inter immediately, as soon as they pushed, closing in onto B side, and now it's 2v1 against Nico with 3 HP, and even if they can get the bomb down, I think it's safe to say that they don't have that much of a shot against this. Because Jazz and Gajin, they're not too bad, and they bring this round home for Team Inter. Getting them 1 round closer to that crucial match point, which will put a lot of pressure on Turtletrup. We've seen another team before, well, not cracking under that pressure, so it might not be over just yet, but let's see. But Turtletrup definitely has to come up with a better strategy if they want to secure a spot against Inter and move on in the winner's bracket, because they're out around soon. As they're now with a full eco going all the way towards A side. Well, not full eco. I'm always calling that a full eco, but it's not really. But I think Inter, bold prediction, I think they got this in the bag. Not that bold actually, but still. You see an early bomb plant, that's very important, putting the pressure onto Inter right now to try and retake side A. And all that Turtletrup has to do is keep Inter long enough from A side to at least secure 1 round, but Inter just obliterating the team, as once again the auto director getting stuck. But we see Inter nonetheless getting that very, very crucial win, and now having the match point. Very, very important match point for Team Inter, because now they only have to win one more round. It's the same thing as Team Reborn had, but let's see if Team Inter can bring this one home faster as Play Reborn. Let's see. They have the comfort around, and they have very good weapons. We see EC apparently having the shotgun as a favored weapon. Interesting to see, I feel. It's something you don't see that often. As now the push going towards the middle, and immediately getting stomped by Inter on the side, but actually holding their ground quite well, as Inter now has only one player trying to hold down mid, and getting the bomb player down, so they know the bomb's in mid, and you can see immediately Inter from all three sides, and they take that round home a lot faster than Play Reborn in the last one. Very well done by both teams, but definitely a round that was quite well for them. So, with that, I think I promised it to the other team. There's one team we haven't seen just yet, and we're going to go to that one, as I'm quickly looking into how the other matches are going so far for round 2. We see Play Reborn will then play against Inter later on, as we're quickly jumping into the upper bracket match 2. I'll first just quickly show the bracket, just for you guys to see it, just for you guys to have the reference. You see that Tsukniks versus the Wild Ones, that's the one we're quickly going to jump in. Then you see Inter versus Play Reborn is the next one they're going to play. And in the loser bracket, Team Stainless and Trödeltrupp have to go against each other, and whoever wins that will have to go against, whoever loses from Wild Ones versus Tsukniks. And the loser of Inter versus Play Reborn will have to go against Stixon. So we're going to first go into the Wild Ones, and then the Wild Ones versus Tsukniks, and then after that, we are going to go to watch Inter versus Play Reborn. I think the two fan favorites at the moment. So while they're getting ready for their matchup, I think it's safe to say that we can watch a bit of the Wild Ones versus Tsukniks, because I just seen it. That one looks quite interesting. Because I won't hold it from you. How much do you expect? How much do you expect that Tsukniks is in front? It's actually 11-0. It's a full-on devastation, as it seems. As we see Lord Svakula versus Angkor trying to get the bomb defused, and Lord Svakula can't quite protect it, but does he have a defuse kit? He does! And actually getting the round for that Tsukniks. So I think if this match continues the way that it does right now, the warm-up rounds and starting rounds and map picks for Inter versus Play Reborn will be over, and we can switch right at their start. If this keeps up, I feel. As we see also, I mentioned it, my later on co-host, Kate, the person also doing commentary in this tournament later on. Lil Kate actually on the Wild Ones side, but so far getting completely obliterated by the team of that Tsukniks. Let's quickly look. We have a lot of people. 2 people muted actually. Very unfortunate. I think that's Bulldog and I don't know what the other person's name was. As Lil Kate gets Lerox off with an immediate headshot, and Bishop gets Anchor on the other side. I'm just going to call them by the names that they have right here. So Anchor and Beta, they're going to be that. Lil Kate trying to desperately get this round for their team, as Trigger now gets Kate right away, and Swagula as well. As the bomb plant is now on A side once again, apparently a favorite side by the Wild Ones. And also a very interesting bomb plant, because that one is very favorable for whoever comes from balcony. As now Beta trying to protect his teammate, and he does! As that Tsukniks gets immediately another bomb defuse, giving them once again even more of a lead. Also very interesting to see in the chat in the bottom left, a little bit of fair play between the two teams. Quickly just telling them a nice shot, sometimes a little bit like that, can just, well, make your day a bit happier, even though you're losing like hell. Sorry to say it. I have to say it, they're getting destroyed. Let's see. The Wild Ones definitely have to come up with some sort of strategy. As we see, oh, very interesting play, sadly. 2 auto snipers. You hate to see it on that Suknik side. You really hate to see it. As now Trigger just picking them off as if they're just ripe for the taking. And now hearing the walk from Bishop, as he didn't even walk or crouch, he just ran full force through. And now it's up to Kate to bring it back home for his team and secure at least 1 round of honor. But at least getting both auto snipers out of the mix. So that's at least something very good for them. But Anchor just waiting for little Kate to get pushed, to get picked off from the back. As we are approaching a potentially clean, flawless first half by Team Datsukniks. Very dominant performance, which will secure them automatically a spot in tomorrow's semifinals. If Datsukniks is now finishing this one, they're done. They're done for today, and they can come back tomorrow with a fresh mind. And it's safe to say that they're going to. Unless the team of Wild Ones actually pulls out an entire miracle. Wow. I guess that last zip of the energy drink took me out a little bit. Hi Dio, nice to see you. As we see Team Datsukniks now picking off once again the entire team, but also losing a lot of their time. So it's 1v1 for little Kate against Beta. I think the biggest chance that the Wild Ones had for the moment, can they destroy the flawless half round? I think that's the only piece that they need right now. Maybe a bit of a boost morale to bring some sort of miracle. But let's see if Kate can actually pull this one off for them. As both teams very careful, and Kate has to do something in the next minute, because if the time is up, then it's good for them. And actually getting picked off by Beta, what a headshot, nicely done. And unfortunately for Wild Ones, and very impressive by Datsukniks, the flawless first round. And now we have entirely match points. The last one, your best commentator in the world, thanks a lot, I appreciate it. I wouldn't say the best one, definitely not, but I'm doing my best, let's put it this way. But yeah, Datsukniks now on CT side, but I think we've seen the performance so far that I might as well just queue up Inter versus Play Reborn, let's be honest. But let's just wait, we want to see this one unfold, but I think it's safe to say that the Wild Ones sadly do not have a chance and will have to make their comeback through the loser bracket. It's not over, but they will have to find their way to get through the loser bracket. The Bishop having the high ground, but the team immediately pushing off, and they have only 1 person on A side actually, giving Team Datsukniks the very easy plant as they're now slowly picking off the oncoming team. And now Delgado and Baba only the only person left. Delgado with Half-Life the only one. And I think it's safe to say this one is decided. And the first semi-finalist we have of this tournament is Team Datsukniks. Dominant performance. And I think with that it's safe to say, let's quickly jump into my beautiful camera right here, as I'm gonna pull off the match you've probably all been waiting for, which is Team Inter versus Play Reborn. It's not even started yet, so we're seeing it fresh from the beginning. So, very, very exciting. Let's see which one of the teams will have the upper hand. I think Play Reborn and Inter, the 2 teams that have, I think, probably the most fans right here. So I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. But I'm already saying it right away, keep it friendly in the chat. As we're now going to the warm-up, I'll switch into the game for you guys. As we now see the warm-up, both teams still waiting for one person to get ready. One person still missing on Inter's side. So let's wait for that last player to join. And then they can start. Commentator, what's your favorite team? So far, I'm still undecided. We've seen every team so far. And I have to say, the teams that so far were the most fun to commentate, and that's why I'm easily excited for this matchup, is these 2 teams right here. They've been the most fun to commentate, and I'm excited to see how they're going to go against each other. So I think right now, from the favorite team, I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but looking at the one that has the most chance of winning the tournament, it's either Datsukniks or one of those 2 teams. I think those are the 3 that right now have shown the most dominant performances and definitely the highest chance of moving on into, well, potentially the finale. But let's see. But yeah, for the moment, I don't have too much of a favorite, but those three I say would be the favorites to whoever might win this tournament. That's what I'm looking at right now. But also the question going to everyone in the chat, I mean, a lot of you have already said it, but which one is your favorite team right now in this tournament? I'm curious. Which one is your favorite? Feel free to mention it in the chat right here and bring some hype for the teams. Play Reborn, obviously. Reborn easy. Okay, even you, Kakin, going for play Reborn, interesting. As we're still waiting for the last team member of Inter to join in. Not sure what happened to EC. Nosku's profile pick and music kit, that was really good. I have to admit, that's really good. But yeah, as the two teams are still in the warm-up, let's maybe quickly, as the two teams are in the warm-up, I can still see it of course on the side. But as we're waiting for the last player to join in, let's just quickly, I'll just do one thing. I'll look into the bracket quickly once more, just to see how we're doing so far and how the team of Trödeltrupp versus Team Stainless is currently going. Trödeltrupp versus Team Stainless is in the knife round on Nuke, and I hear that they're currently live, so I think let's just immediately jump back. So the GoTV is still a bit behind, so let's see. The GoTV is still behind by 1 hour, and I think, what's it called? 1 hour and 45 minutes, I think. So we're still waiting a bit. But I heard that the game just went live. 1 hour, 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say something wrong. But let's see. We're about to approach, I guess, one of the most hyped up matches. I also see from UK, you got Lerox, you're happy, feels like winning the game. That was a good shot as well. That was definitely a good shot. You were carrying your team into, well, I'm sorry for what I said on stream, but yes, it was a blowout. I'm sorry to say it. We have to admit it. But it was still a good attempt. And I hope you get to your chance to shine then in the lower brackets. And hopefully, I'm waiting for a comeback from you guys as well. It will be a very close match, you think? I definitely think it will be a very close match as well. This one was definitely going to be a challenging one. And yeah. And now we see EC finally having joined as well. So now we're soon going to be able to start. And see how this match is going to turn out. So yeah, if you're wondering why so far we don't have any interviews, the matches, as you can see, they're back to back to back. So we don't really have a time to go for an interview, else we would miss something. But maybe towards the end we'll go for an interview. Latest tomorrow we'll definitely go for some interviews. Let's see. As we see now the knife round, as always, everyone gathering in mid, waiting for the entire team to gather. And here they go. Let's see who wins the knife round for the team. And we can see, well, the knife round was won by Play Reborn. So, I guess Team Reborn now getting to the side, and they decided to swap. So going for, well, the CT side first, as Inter on the T side at first. I think, at least from my feeling, Inter having now a bit of a more careful or more disadvantageous position in the first half, because I just feel personally CT side is, for me, a lot more comfortable on Inferno. But yeah, let's see. You see the match currently paused. We're waiting for it to go. I guess one person having to either go to the toilet and get a drink. I'm casting here the entire time and also haven't gone for a pee break. Okay, so I don't know what they're doing. Okay, Inter wants to unpause. Play Reborn has to accept that they're also unpausing. And NosQ unpausing for their team. And now, yeah, we see the first round of the match you've all been waiting for. Play Reborn versus Inter. Very exciting match. And let's see who's going to bring this one home for their respective team. As we now see 3 people on A side, 2 people on B side for Play Reborn. So trying to, well, keep themselves a bit spaced out for the moment. And now the entire push from Inter going all the way onto A side with a full B side, sorry, with a full 5 team members. But Can Muffin uses advantage in Graveside right here. He can pick off 2 people, but can't quite get the other team members of Inter, as they're now slowly trying to take B side for himself. But Muffin keeping 3 players of Team Inter out of the play right now, securing the 2v1 for Play Reborn right now. Very important. And yeah, nice attempt by Team Inter, but getting stomped in their path by Play Reborn. But first round going to Play Reborn. We still have a lot more rounds to go. I was AFK who won the Wild Ones game. It was 16-0 for Datsukniks. They completely blew them out of the park. Let's see. Inter, of course, going for a full eco. Now this time I can finally say it. Nah, still not. Oh, shit. One day I will do this. And yeah. Let's see if Team Inter can make sure that Play Reborn does not go for too much of a lead, because we've seen it so far. If they're going too far ahead, that it might be a bit of an let's say a bit of an issue. Not clicking that link, it's sus. It's not sus. I can promise you that one. That's the link for our bracket. It's totally fine. I know him. It's fine. As we see now, the first pick off from Team Inter. Losing Jazu is, I think, very crucial if we've seen it from the first team. And yeah, we see the rest of Team Inter being a bit more cautious. And let's see. As we now see Play Reborn securing A side, and still 2 people of Team Play Reborn on B side. They're still waiting for a potential rotation. As now the second player of Inter getting picked off, and now you can see the Team Play Reborn rotating all the way to A, as they've heard that the players are in A, and they get the bomb down as well. I think that round is also going to be decided as well. But it's not over, because Jinder is still left, but against 3 people, that's going to be a tough one for him, for sure. Especially since they know his position. And now Hogel taking on the round for his team, securing that one, very important one. And I just noticed that actually the audio is double. That shouldn't be the case. Since it's the same audio, it shouldn't be that troubling. Now Play Reborn 2 points ahead, but audio's fine. Okay, because I saw that the other audio was still silently running in the background, but I guess then it's fine. But again, we see Play Reborn having a bit of their, let's say, game plan down every round, going 3 on A, 2 on B, and so far it's worked out quite well for them. But let's see, now Inter with the full buy, and can they now, with the proper guns, start to turn the tide a little bit for themselves? Because we know Team Reborn, if they're going ahead, they're trying to bring this one home completely. I mean, any team would. Interesting flash by Jazu, trying to flash A side right here. Trying to do it potentially, and whiffing that one, unfortunately. As we now see both teams still a bit of a stalemate right now. No team tries to push out and go for any, let's say, unnecessary peaks right now. And I think that's very good. Important smoke here from Play Reborn, trying to block him off. And the first kill on Boiler Room right here. As now we see Gajin try to look ahead and only barely escaping his death. As the 3 players of Team Inter all grouping up into a boiler right here. There's not enough space here. You guys have to do something soon. But at least they're holding down both angles, so for the moment they're fine. And yeah. Now we see the last person from Play Reborn also potentially rotating back. As now Inter making their move onto A side, but getting picked off by Bavan from A side directly. And Lebroni being the last one standing, picking off 2 people, getting it into a 1v1 and planting down the bomb. Putting the pressure on Play Reborn now. And can Lebroni bring it home? I think he heard where Noscu is, but can he bring it home for his team? Not so far, but that one is a commonly known spot. And he can see it and he picks him off. Noscu securing the round, the 3-0 for his team. It was very unfortunate. He was almost actually about to turn around. But that, a very close round. But Noscu keeping his cool, bringing this one home for his team. When was Rigix playing? Rigix was playing in the last match, and she was, well, in the 16-0 match against Datsuk Mix. Sorry to say it. Let's see. Play Reborn, the obvious strategy. Let's see where Inter is going to go. As Hogel early picking off one person in mid. Risky strategy, but it paid off for him. As now they see more players coming all the way up through mid and getting picked off one by one from Hogel and Cecile in the crossfire right here. Leaving only Jazu left. And I think that one is the fourth clean round in a row for Team Reborn. So far they're keeping it very close. And they close the door, as he said, they close the door on A. And securing another round for their team. You gotta go now, have a nice evening. Thank you for joining. You can watch the VOD on YouTube soon. I'm just advertising YouTube whenever I go along. But yeah, Play Reborn is definitely having a very decent lead, and now actually switching it up a bit, going 3 people on B, suspecting a potential switch after that blowout on A side right here, as Team Inter now very, very distributed throughout the middle and second middle, potentially trying to just get one opening on either side and trying to rotate there, as the bomb is staying behind on T ramp. Very important placing, but now potentially committing with 3 people towards B side. Let's see, they're not too sure. You can see that right away. As Hogel, of course, hearing, potentially hearing someone right there in boiler room, expecting him to be there. As we again have the pinch, the scissor by Cecile and Hogel, but Cecile getting picked off from boiler. I should finish my sentences quicker. This is too fast. And Noscu getting the drop on 2 players of Inter. Oh my god. They just turned around and Noscu immediately jumped back. Very important 2 kills by Noscu right here. And Hogel getting Lebroni, giving again the numbers advantage. And EC getting again defeated by Hogel. And the last person now tries to go to B side. We know Jindar is very, very good. But let's see if he can actually clear B side and get the bomb down. He has potentially the upper hand, as Muffin has only 30 HP, but he has to move fast because the team members are joining in as well. At least he gets the bomb plant, and now he only has to survive long enough, and he doesn't. Commentator's curse, I would say, as I was trying to say what he should be doing, he gets picked off right away. Commentator's curse. You need to really behave here since you're a mod. I'm a mod too, okay? And do I look like I'm behaving? Mostly. What a double peak. That was really insane. That was really good. The match paused again by Lebroni, potentially revisiting strategies here for Team Inter. Trying to think of what they're actually doing. Very important for themselves to potentially get a bit of a timeout right here. As, well, very important to switch up strategies. A 5-0 is crucial for Play Reborn, especially in terms of getting into the minds of Team Inter. But nothing is lost yet. So Inter still has the chance. Has still the chance to come back, of course. Inter will come back. I mean, we haven't seen a comeback yet in this tournament, but these 2 teams, if any team can pull off a comeback, it's one of those. Well, we have seen a bit of a comeback. I have to give credit where credit is due to Team Stainless. We could solidify that as a comeback right here. And Noscu unpaused the match as well. With that, strategy meeting is over for a Team Inter. Let's see if that actually works. Guys, keep it friendly in the chat, seriously. We're all trying to have fun here. Alright, and we see Team Inter now committing fully to B side, trying to go for a rush through banana, but getting stopped by a lot of smokes, trying to not lose any team members unnecessarily, and they have a good shot to get this one down, if they can get early picks off. And we definitely see Team Inter versus Play Reborn. We see Inter not really getting the push through as Team Reborn now turning the tides on them. And the problem for them is the team is also coming back as well. The team from CT, sorry, I'm a bit distracted by what's going on in the chat. The team is coming from A side as well and now getting the flank to defeat Team Inter's yeah. Sorry, I had to time someone out. Guys, be friendly in the chat, else I'm gonna actually time out people. Okay, next one being timed out. I'm okay to do this for everyone. Behave, people. Banhammer strikes again. Keep it, but on a real note, keep it friendly in the chat. We're all trying to have fun here. But Play Reborn securing the 6-0 right now, and well, it's still left to say that we have to make sure that, well, how can I say it? Team Inter has to get some sort of strategy going. Team Inter will never surrender. I mean, they hopefully don't. I hope they find a strategy to come back. But Team Reborn so far really having an upper hand here and really having quite the decent strategy right here. As now we see Team Inter being a bit more cautious. 3 people going towards apps, or all the way through apps even, but trying to keep it silent. Inter sleeping on Inferno. I mean, they still have the chance to come back in the losers bracket and get their revenge on Team Reborn. As they're now pushing through, well, evening the odds, having 4 people on both sides right now. And we see now Bavan stopping Daji right here, and a Hogel getting the pick off on short. With only 2 more people left on shot, only 1 more, and Hogel getting almost every one of the opponent's team. Very, very well done by Play Reborn. Although the start was very, very good from Team Inter. It feels so powerful. Yeah, well, that's the power of being a mod. But just as a starting point, time out people and not ban them at the start. If they don't learn it, then we're gonna actually have to start banning people. I hope we don't have to. So please keep it friendly, else we also have to ban someone if you're really misbehaving. We want to keep it friendly for everyone involved, and I'm sorry. But Inter now, 2 people pushing towards B side. Muffin waiting for them. Lebroni being very badly hurt, but hurting Muffin just as much in the return. Opening potentially the room for his teammates. Can they do it fast enough before the teammates from CT side rotate all the way? And, well, they can as they start to pick off more and more teammates, but now losing the advantage that they have and giving away his position with that last shot, giving the upper hand to Play Reborn, who once again gets the shot. Yeah, how to word it? Yeah, it's... we're learning as we go along, it's fine. And again, a pause by Team Inter. Apparently what they decided didn't quite work out. Sorry to see it for them. But we have to give credit where credit is due. A full-on 8-round streak for Team Play Reborn. Very, very good for Play Reborn. And let's see if they can bring this one home. We now see 3 people going once again from Play Reborn to A side and 2 people to B side, going back to the original strategy as 3 people trying to slowly push from Inter all the way up Banana, and Jindar trying to face the people a little bit on mid, making a lot of noise on mid, but now joining his team as they're trying to go for a full B rush, all the way pushing through. Can they get them down? They get the early kill on Muffin. A second person is waiting. I don't know who it is. It's Nosq himself, but also having no shot. But now getting the early plant for Team Inter, and that might give them the upper hand they need to get a foot in the door with 1 round win, potentially opening it for potential, yeah, a potential comeback as Inter clean takes down Play Reborn and gets their number on the board. He was cheering too hard for the wrong team. There's no wrong team here. They can cheer for their own teams. It's totally fine. There's no wrong team here. Nosku's mother is in a Twitch, okay. But Inter having the foot in the door, let's see if that can give them the morale boost. Both sides having, I think, a full buy right here. Can they get the upper hand? Can Team Inter get the upper hand for a potential comeback right here? Or can Team Reborn stomp the initial, well, burst of energy that they have in their tracks to continue their streak? It's an important foot in the door, but Team Inter now has to capitalize on what they have. As they once again all go towards B side and also taking it slowly, giving enough time to play Reborn to potentially group here. As Bavan taking out 2 people of Team Reborn with the help of Nosku, even 3. And now the 4th one, and it's only one person, Lebroni, with 17 HP left against the entire team. And I think that one is decided. Getting the 9th point for Play Reborn. They are on fire. They want to get to Team Datsukniks in the semifinals. They want them. And if it keeps up, they're gonna get them. But then again, once again, for everyone who's an Inter fan right here, they still have the chance to come back from the losers bracket and use the much needed information from from this matchup. To actually bring this one back as well in a potential comeback that they get. What Hogel picking off 3 people all the way on second mid by himself. And just looking if somebody else tries to go to mid, but one person escaping through the tunnels to second mid from Hogel's grasp as as Lebroni picks off Hogel. And now a 4v2. Very, very close call. I see Shiner, you're taking the sides on Inter. But Legenda getting the shot on Bavan, almost evening out the odds as Muffin turns down Lebroni's attempt to push towards B side, and it's 3v1 as Legendar now has to make sure to get the bomb plant and defend the A side from 2 oncoming team members. The question is, will Cecile wait for his team member, or will he try to go in alone? I hope they won't. Let's see. Legendar trying to keep his distance, having a good shot. I think he's expecting from here, getting off Muffin. And now, of course, trying to distract where he initially was as Cecile tried to pick him off. And, of course, a very good bomb plan for Team Inter as he's just spraying through. He knows he has to be here somewhere because he had the bomb plant there, getting Team Inter with the 2nd point of this matchup. So getting, well, a much needed point because Play Reborn can't go into the double digits just yet. As we see now, potentially Team Inter getting a bit more of a, well, getting a bit more of a strategy and a grip of how they can proceed against Play Reborn. Maybe not really being able to figure out it in the first half, but potentially coming back right now. As we see Hogel getting an interesting headshot on the Jinda right here. Peak saw him and immediately pulled the trigger. Very important first pick off on mid. As we see 3 people going towards B again from Team Inter. Well, one person staying in mid, and another person going to apartments. But of course Hogel, knowing that one person is coming from apartment, apparently must have heard him right here from all the util, and picking off EC as he tried to go through apartments. With only 3 team members now at least grouped together from Team Inter, trying to get the upper hand on B side as they noticed A side is quite well secured. As Cecile, a bit of friendly fire on Hogel, unfortunately, through the smoke. Couldn't quite get to see him and just tried to spray through as Hogel tries to get the flag and gets it actually, getting Daju putting up a flash, but can't quite get Gajin as he also was moving away from the flash, most likely, turning back at the same time and picking off Hogel as they go along. But still, of course, the numbers advantage on Play Reborn's side. So let's see if they can actually, well, bring this one home and get them into the double digits, or if Team Inter can turn this numbers advantage. Getting a bit of friendly fire field, but getting a headshot on Kali and also on Muffin. An interesting strategy. They made it look as if they're going to A, but looping around through CT all the way to B. As Nosq expecting it a little bit. Probably hearing from Bavan, they're not here yet. Go back. And now expecting them to hopefully come from this side, as they can hear them as well. And they have to get the bomb down because it's only 7 seconds left. If they don't get the bomb down right now, which they did, they would have been in the pickle. And now Lebroni getting it into the 1v1. This round is getting close. Bavan has full HP, but a headshot can't decide it all. As he, of course, expecting him to hide somewhere. Now checking the calmly known hiding spot and getting him with the fire. Very sad for him, getting him with, well, it's not really a molly, but I'm just gonna call it incendiary grenade, to be honest. But yeah, it was a close one, but it worked for them. And now Play Reborn in the double digits, only needing 6 more rounds to win and proceed into the semifinals. So very close match. And since this is the only match in the upper brackets, we're gonna watch this one to the finish before going into the losers brackets. Because this is the upper brackets, I feel that one is more important for the moment, as it's deciding who's gonna face that Suknix in the semifinals of the upper bracket. Okay, and now Inter losing, sadly, a bit of my favoritism for them as they killed a chicken. That's a cardinal sin from my side. Sorry to say it. But now, both teams being a bit more cautious. We've seen very aggressive plays in the past. But now being a bit more cautious on the side. And Inter hopefully getting a comeback here, but getting picked off by Hogel once again. And it's all about those first picks, and slowly and steadily it's going to go together. As Kali and Bavan having that short very much secured, they see Hogel hurt someone potentially in mid, trying to spray through and getting the headshot on Daju. Very important headshot from their side. As 2 players on Team Inter, and actually having to go all the way to now B-side. Sorry, I lost the track. But let's see. Lebroni trying to pick them off on B-side, getting 2 people, but unfortunately can't get the rest of the team. Very good attempt, but very bad execution. Wise King banned, I saw what he wrote, and it was very, very bad. Because we're not opening up political topics here in this stream, so please don't do that. And I'm gonna do this away. I'm gonna have to ban those, or time them out. He's not banned, he's timed out, he's gonna come back. That was a statement that we just can't keep here, sorry to say it. As we see now, very aggressive plays by Team Reborn, trying to go, or Play Reborn, going all the way through mid. And now getting the trade on Hogel. And now through the smoke just popped, but I guess Cecile getting the lucky shot on Gajin, who was low anyways. And now throwing a lot of util down below and trying to get anybody at the start of T-Ram. But let's see. As we see now Team Inter potentially trying to look for any opening that they can get to get on one of the other sides. Slowly committing towards A now as, well, Banana is being held down by Muffin. And yeah, they have to find an opening, else they're not going to get through the defense of Play Reborn. An interesting headshot, seeing that very closely, but again, Jinder coming behind it. Baba didn't expect a second one here. Oh, and getting a cheeky shot through the concrete right there, expecting him to be in a very commonly known spot, and being lucky that they were low. Very, 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 very unfortunate for them. Muffin now trying to sneak through short. Can he get it past EC, who's already holding it? And he has the gun already on his head. Getting the 3rd point for Inter. Bringing them back on the board as we're approaching the last match of the first half. Of course, now with all of this, okay, another chicken kill on Inter's side. I do not appreciate that, but that's okay. Inter having definitely the gun advantage with a full buy, as we see I'd say more or less a half buy on Play Reborn's side after this one. But let's see. Skeng will be freed in about 8 minutes, so don't worry. And Jinder getting the early kill, aiming for it and getting lucky, getting the headshot on the top of Banana right here. And the entire team potentially moving towards B side, as now Hogel holding down A side right here. And yeah, a trade right here by EC, getting one of the team members from Play Reborn, but also getting shot by Baban. Keeping it once again on the 3v3, as Jindar and the team of Inter now moving on to B side, getting the bomb plant down in a 2v1, 2v3, sorry. And that might be the next round for Team Inter. I mean, they had the gun advantage, but let's see if Bavan and Hogel can bring this one home for their team, or if they're going to try to save it. Hogel now getting picked off, but Bavan getting one shot for his team member, but Jin are getting immediately the expectation where Bavan would come from and getting the headshot. With also the fair play of Good Half in the chat, as now the tides are turned. So let's see. The tides are turned. Play Reborn now has to win 5 more rounds. Wow, my brain is not doing math just as well. They have to win 5 more rounds on T side, as Inter now trying to hold down CT side, with 3 people going to be expecting potentially a B rush. And, well, 2 people holding down A side. And the opposite actually happening for Team Play Reborn. As we have, I think, 2 people on banana right now and 3 people pushing towards A side. And being not very quiet, but pushing all the way through to CT, trying to go there. Go to B side as well. And picking off one or the other people. Can they... They're getting flanked by Inter, but can they survive this onslaught? As Muffin now tries to escape that, getting 2 people down, but can't quite get the third. As now Hogel and Dosq having to hopefully bring this one home for his team. But Lebroni being very, very sneaky, waiting for that potential bomb plan and just picking off Hogel. And now picking off Dosq as well. Getting Inter into, let's say, an early stage of a potential comeback. So apparently that's what they've been waiting for, just not losing too many rounds on T side to hopefully then bring it home on CT side. But let's see how Play Reborn is going to try to come up with a solution to be, well, a bit more vigilant on T side. So far Play Reborn, at least strategy-wise, turning out slightly better, or not slightly, turning out better than Inter. But the sides are turned now. Let's see. A 3rd chicken kill by Inter. Now you're really trying to really bring it on. Okay, fine. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. As Inter now trying to hold down A side, as the entire team of Play Reborn going all the way through balcony and picking off at least Issy, but 3 players of Team Reborn being lost in the process. So heavy casualties by Team Reborn. And it's only 1 person left against 2. And I hope he doesn't go for the bomb plant, because that might be bad. He knows that 1 person's here. But Lebroni getting the kill. Securing that one as well. Man, I just love the chickens, okay? I think the chickens deserve to live in CS. That's just my personal opinion, though. And we see 2 people, or Play Reborn, trying to distribute themselves a little bit. 3 people, or 2 people on banana, 1 person in mid, 2 people on second mid, actually. And getting a kill by going all the way into apps, it seems. And also picking 3 people off right now, as they do. On 2 people on banana, 1 person at apps. Getting the 5v2 situation for them. And potentially this is the moment that they've been waiting for. To turn the tides and getting back on track with how they've performed in the first half of this matchup. As now the full commit going to B side and getting surprised by Lebroni in the smoke, but he can't quite use the surprise to his advantage as it's the 1v5. Of course, Daju now knowing he only has to spray through to get 1 or 2 right away, as he knows they have to be here somewhere. But can't quite get it off. As Hogel now trying to face him off and gets actually Inter down. Dosq with the MVP. We get to hear his music again. What the fuck are you watching? I don't know. You're watching a CS tournament. As now Play Reborn getting on the board of the second half and trying to get back to hopefully their streak they had in the first. Their streak in the first half was very good, but so far struggling a bit to get on the board. But now with the first round, 1 in the second half, potentially they're trying to get back here now. And, well, securing that final victory. They're still ahead, so they have a comfortable lead. But we've seen Play Reborn being a bit let's say, not too cautious with their leads. So let's see. As we see, the team is very distributed right now. Noscu ringing the doorbell. There's nobody home. Sorry to say it. But let's see. As we now see 3 people of Team Inter on B side and 2 trying to hold on A side. The opposite can be said for Play Reborn. 3 people trying to push A, 2 people pushing B. But Inter getting the first pick off on A side. And now, of course, Play Reborn trying to get those picks as well. And Muffin getting a pick on B side. Let's see if any of that opens the door for them. They're trying to be cautious. Noscu now trying to get the bomb and trying to commit to one side. Potentially they're trying to go to B side as they see A side is very well secured by Team Inter right now. But let's see. We're now seeing Play Reborn trying to push through, getting a trade by Jindar. And now trying to push onto A side, securing the B side. Getting onto B side right away. I can't speak anymore. And having the numbers advantage, but getting picked off by pushing a bit too far down Banana to protect it. But of course, valuable information for his team right here. So let's see. As of course, Play Reborn now having the advantage of having the bomb planted. So all they have to do is secure it long enough, and they do, securing another match for it. Shina, you timed him out before, so I think that was valid. You timed him out, he didn't learn his lesson, so unfortunately I have to say it. Please behave in the chat, I'll say it once again, because otherwise, well, we're gonna have to unfortunately ban you. We want to keep this friendly for everyone involved, so please keep it friendly in the chat. Once again, the reminder. As we see now, Play Reborn trying to push with 2 people on A side, but getting stomped by Inter and Jinder right here. Losing a lot of his HP, but let's see if that actually helps, if that actually, well, leads to some opportunity for Play Reborn to at least get one of them, but doesn't work right now. Now we see the 3v1, but can they at least get the plant, putting a bit of pressure on Team Inter, as they're now losing more and more players as they go along. Now turning the tides for Team Play Reborn as they planted the bomb and also turned around the numbers advantage. Let's see if Inter can still, well, retake A side and get that bomb defused, because that needs them. They need to get it to stay alive in this matchup more and more. As now Jindar versus Muffin, and he knows where he is, picking him off, and that secures them. Alright, good night, Jan. Have a good night. Thank you for watching the stream. Okay, Play Reborn going a bit for Nico round right here, as Inter now having the full buy right here, kind of being stuck in my voice right here. And we see once again 3 people on A side, 2 people on B side for Team Inter, and getting off the first shots and knowing there's a second one, probably seeing the gun barrel, and Gajin using that information to pick off the second player of Team Reborn. And yeah, Hogel getting at least a bit of a revenge for his team, but sadly, of course, his team now having to turn the tide, and Noscu does it by picking off 2 people right here, but the Brony picking off Noscu here, getting into the 2v2. Very, very, well, back and forth match right now, as we've 1 person on A side, 1v1 on A side, 1v1 on B side potentially. But now Hogel trying to regroup with Baban to take A side together. But let's see if they can survive. I think it's Lebroni right here in pit. They know where he is, they have the advantage of knowledge, and Baban gets the pick as Lebroni was distracted by Hogel, getting him the much needed bomb plant right here. And now the last person in library waiting for or no, potentially saving his op, very important. Let's see. Guys, do I have to start timing out people again? Can you keep it down in the chat, seriously? You see Gajin just trying to secure his op, trying to make sure that from the one angle that can be too dangerous for him, just keeping it down. And yeah, getting Play Reborn, the 14th win, only 2 wins needed for Play Reborn to actually come back. What? Two? Wow, my mind is all the way around. Play Reborn needs 2 wins to move to semifinals. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say. I had it in my mind, but my mouth said something else. Now we see a very A-side heavy plan from Team Inter, as 2 people go towards B from Play Reborn. But I mean, it's Gajin with the op alone. He can hold that down against 2 people for sure. But 4 people on A-side, that is a tough nut to crack for sure. But we also getting the first kill with a max 7 on Muffin, and the second one with the Deagle all the way to Nosku's head. And now, of course, trying to rotate to B side. But can they do it faster than potentially the rotate by Inter? But Inter is still expecting the people to come from apartments with 3 people in apartments. That's interesting. Not sure if that's going to play off, but 1 person rotated and the entirety of Play Reborn is now safely on B side, as they now have to potentially try to retake as well. And they get the bomb plant down. That's at least a much needed money, as I think they won't be able to win this round with Gachin and the op, as at least they know where he is now. And the entire team of Inter coming back, and I think Hogel can't hold this place alone against all of them, and he can't basically defend it against 5 players. I would have been surprised. And yeah, with that we have sorry. With that we have once again one more point on, well, Team Inter's side, and let's see if they can actually do it. The Team Inter this time 3 people on B. Interesting strategy, putting 3 people on B, but 1 immediately rotating, so just trying to be there for a potential B push, banana push, or banana rush, and then retreating back to support his friends on A side, in case they're coming actually on A side. Very, very interesting strategy. But since Team Play Reborn now being very, very careful, now trying to, what's it called? Trying to pick their fights very carefully. They only have 2 matches, and they had been losing a lot of matches before, when they had the upper hand before getting the final kill. They don't want to repeat that for sure, as now they're trying to be careful to win those 2 rounds for themselves, and getting the first kill of the round, also knowing that 1 person is on long and potentially waiting, and now getting the information that 1 person coming from library as well, and Nosku in the fire. He might be on fire soon, but first he has to get out of the fire right here. But getting the pick through the smoke, expecting 1 person to hide in there, as they're trying to get onto A side, and now having the 3v1, Nosku having 1 HP, but potentially still living this matchup, and he lives through and even gets the last kill, securing the match point for Team Play Reborn. The match point for Team Play Reborn is very, very important, because now what they can do is they have to win only 1 round. They don't have to win too many. They have 6 or 7 rounds even to go, and they only have to win 1. That's all they have to do. So they have no pressure right now. As of course the pressure now heavily on Team Inter's side. But let's see. Guys, if you keep it up, you're gonna join Mo. If you keep it up like this, you're gonna join him. So please keep it down. As we see Team Play Reborn very carefully, but now also Inter trying to pick their fights very, very carefully. And the first kill by Nosky right here, and the second one as well. I guess he's popping off in the last 2 rounds, trying to secure this one for his team. And let's see if he can actually bring it home, or if the entire team can bring it home. And of course now the auto director is stuck. Give me a second. There we are. Jindar doing very interesting strategies right now. I guess he's given up, judging by what I can see. I mean, it's 2v5. I would expect him to have given up at this point. And now the bomb plant also on A. Heavy pressure on Inter. 2 people have to defeat the entire team. But let's see if he can actually, if they can actually do it. But even if Inter now loses, it's still not over for them, as they're going to the losers bracket and still have a chance to win. And Nosky winning the last round for his team, securing that matchup. Very well done, of course. Very well played. And with that, we have a winner of Play Reborn versus Team Inter. And let's take, before we go into the losers bracket, a quick look at the bracket as it is right now. We can't go into interviews right now because we don't want to miss too many matches. We might go for an interview at the end of the matches. And potentially tomorrow we can interview Nosky, then latest as well. So latest tomorrow we're going for interviews, don't worry. But let's quickly go into the bracket. We see, since Inter lost against Play Reborn moves on into round 3, which will take place tomorrow against Datsuknix. And, well, the winner of those will move on into our first finalist spot, as we're now seeing Inter versus Stixon and Wild Ones versus Trödeltrupp in the losers bracket. So we're going to see one of those 2 matches and the last round match. So we're moving in closely towards the end. And let's just see how these matches are currently looking. This match not yet started between Inter and Team Stixon, of course not, because they're just moving down. And also Trödeltrupp versus Wild Ones not started just yet. We see Inter now being on Mirage side. What time does the match start tomorrow? We're starting at the same time as today. So it's the same time as last one. You want to see a Wild Ones? Wild Ones is being prepared, so we're going to go quickly into Wild Ones for the first half. And then we're going to go probably for the second half towards Inter versus Stixon. Since we've just seen Inter, I think that's fair. So I'm going to quickly move into the other match to watch the Go TV. Oops, I don't want to go here. I want to go over here, so you can see me as I'm preparing it. And let's see if we can get Team, what's it called? Team Wild Ones back on the board. Will Play Reborn be 100% streamed? Well, tomorrow they will be streamed 100%, because tomorrow's matches are basically just 3 matches in a row, best of 3, and we're going to watch all of them. All of the 3 matches will be watched tomorrow, so no team that's tomorrow going to play is ever going to be lost. So we're going to watch every single match start to finish, because they're all after each other, they're depending on each other. I can explain it later in the bracket as well, but it'll probably make sense for you already. So we're going to see all 3 matches. Let's see how it's going to go for Wild Ones versus... how did I forget it already? Are you serious? We're waiting for the broadcast to start, and then we're going to see who it's going to be. In the meantime, while the broadcast is starting, I'm quickly going to go around the corner. So enjoy the warm-up screen. I'll be back in a moment. Right. And here I am, we're back. Still in the warm-up screen, I see. But now the first player is joining. Wild Ones versus Trödeltrupp. And while they're doing that, let me just quickly pull something up, because I want to give credit where credit is due. Because, let me just quickly look. I have two keyboards actually, don't worry about that. Because I'm quickly going to look. For those of you wondering where Team Stainless is left, to quickly do it while the warm-up is still underway. Team Stainless, unfortunately, losing against Trödeltrupp, the first team out of the tournament. Thank you still for joining, of course. And yeah, now Trödeltrupp trying to go against Wild Ones. They've lost against Inter first, but let's see. No bracket round 3 is supposed to be best of 3. No, it's not. It's supposed to be best of 1. So if you can change that, that would be good, because that one is still best of 1, but only those two and the grand finale will be best of 3. So if we can change that quickly, that would be great. And yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to go all the way back to the matchup then, of course. Thanks a lot. I can see it already changed. I'm quickly going to go into the matchup again, as I'll quickly also check if we at least have some action already on Inter's side, but I think they're the same place. So for the moment, we're still here, just waiting as the teams are getting warmed up. I'm seeing currently the Wild Ones almost all joining already. On the second side, Trödeltrupp waiting a little bit right now, or just, well, keeping their sweet time to join, but they will be joining soon, and then we're going to actually go into the matchup. And I see one strand of my hair is not wanting to go where it does. But okay, it's fine. And yeah, we see also the map being played, maybe for you guys to know, that's also very interesting. The map being played in Wild Ones versus Trödeltrupp is Ancient, as Inter versus Stixon is going to go on Mirage. Both matches not yet started. So right now we're just bridging a bit of time. And that bridging of time still gives me the opportunity to say, if you're excited for today's stream and just want to have a bit of a, let's say, after party right here, I'm always doing some solo streams on this channel as well. A lot of them you can also see on YouTube, Eccentric Gaming on YouTube. And after this tournament, just as a little bit of an ending for today, we're going to go into, well, a bit of an Alien Isolation stream at the end. Because that's something I've been not doing this week just yet. So that's a bit of a, let's say, that's just another stream that we're putting at the end of it, just as some late night gameplay. It's probably just going to be an hour or so, but still just to have a smoother end into the night. And yeah, just for you to know, so there's some content coming after this matchup as well. So don't worry about that. As I'm now seeing the team of Trödeltrupp slowly coming up into the matchup as well. Smoother end with that game. I mean, last time I got scared in the tutorial, so let's see. That surely didn't work out too well, I'm gonna be honest. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe today it's gonna be scarier, maybe it's gonna be better, who knows? We'll see, we'll see. But we still have 2 matches to go, so let's see how long we're gonna actually go. Where can you watch the side of the tournament? It was shared earlier in the chat. Maybe we can share it again as well. Because I think it's been a while since it's last been shared. And then you can take a look on it here. Thank you. There's the bracket. As I'm still looking on, and now 3 people of Team Trödeltrupp. I'm just gonna switch back to the game so you can watch some gameplay as well. 3 people of Team Trödeltrupp right here. Didn't mean to tag him. I think you didn't. I think it's just mentioning his name as a text, so it should be fine. Ow. Let's see. They're still in the warm-up, of course, but both matches currently in the warm-up. That's why I also took the time to take a bit of a break for myself. As now Cordoba time to shine. Let's see. I mean, Team Trödeltrupp definitely has to do something. They won 1 round right now, so they are on fire, as Wild Ones getting absolutely destroyed in the winner's bracket by Datsuknix. But hopefully, I mean, they have players that can bring it back. So let's see if they can actually, well, if they can actually now get the upper hand in this match against Trödeltrupp and potentially move on to face, in the last match of today, whoever's going to be, well, remaining of Team Inter versus Team Stixon. So let's see. Thank you for mod duty, support and moderation. Yeah, great shout out also once again to, you've seen it a lot and you've also seen it always in the bottom right whenever we're not in a gameplay, to Master Blaster, because that is the website in the background that makes this all work, and without it, well, we wouldn't basically be able to do this entire tournament. So big shout out, sorry, big shout out to Master Blaster, to Kaken as well, in the chat here, for allowing us to use also this platform. It's an amazing platform that I can only recommend for tournaments. It's made our life a lot easier in AGL, and it's also making, well, a lot of our lives easier right now. As Team Trödeltrupp still waiting for 2 of their team members. I'll just quickly use the time to look once again how the current mother matches are going, if that's also been started. Okay, we see Inter versus Stixon has started on the first side. So I think for the moment we're gonna wait if Team Trödeltrupp is gonna come back. Otherwise, we're gonna switch to. Now let's do it that way. We're gonna switch to Team Inter versus Stixon for the first half, and then we're gonna come back, since apparently they're still taking some time to prepare, to Trödeltrupp versus Wild Ones after the first half of Inter versus Stixon, because I think that makes the most sense. Yeah, I'm currently doing that. Don't worry about it. I'm currently doing it. Because I think that makes the most sense. We don't need to watch the warm-up the entire time. And Inter's now started. So let's get into that one. And later on, at the half point of this, to be fair to both teams, we're going to move on to Trödeltrupp versus Wild Ones. Just to give them also some spotlight as well. We see Stixon winning the first half and having the upper hand against Inter right here. Inter, of course, coming from a defeat. So they have to make sure that they well that they potentially not lose their energy from that one loss against Play Reborn. As Jinder getting shot by his teammate, you can see the judgmental stare by Jinder right here. But of course, expecting him potentially to be here, as Vernsko getting potentially a shot. We see we have a forfeit warning in chat. Maybe we can check what this one is about. We want to see Trödeltrupp. We'll switch to it in the halftime, but Trödeltrupp still needs some time to warm up to get the match started. So in the meantime, to still have some action, we're here. It shouldn't mean, but turn it off. Thank you. It shouldn't mean anything. Okay, I see. As you see, now turning the tides into a 2v2, but still, of course, Jinder only with 1 HP. So basically only having to be looked at wrongly and just falling over for this matchup. But let's see. As Daju now, unfortunately, getting picked off by Benedict right here. And Jinder with only 1 HP can't quite get this down. And Stixon with the second point, getting a little bit of an early lead, and I think that is the break we've just seen from the potential forfeit warning that we've just mentioned in the chat, because I see Vernsko, the person playing on Stixon's side, also the one in the chat. So I guess that is the forfeit warning that we've heard about. So let's see, that should be resolved rather soon. Or let's say it should be returning rather soon, as it's been resolved already. We see a bit of the panic going on in the chat. It's quite interesting, as they're like, oh, what is this? Let's see. And now Vernsko unpausing as well as Gajin. So I guess that was where Vernsko was writing it in the chat to come back to the match right here. And now Stixon versus Inter. Continuing with the early 2-point lead for Stixon. Of course, so far meaning nothing. But let's just hope that for Inter, it didn't get to their head right now with the loss against Play Reborn. It was a closer loss than than it could have been. So still nothing lost right here, and they have to get a burst of energy from this match as well in order to stay alive, because now it counts. Now whoever's losing is out. As Inter now pushing onto, no, not Inter, sorry. No, yes, it's Inter. Pushing onto A side. I got my teams mixed up. And getting a bit of, let's say, a backlash from the jungle teams right here. A trade now that we can see on Vernsko, getting Daju, but also getting shot by the team members from Team Inter. And Inter potentially trying to secure a bomb plant, but they have to get the bomb, which is open in the middle. That is quite unfortunate for them, as now Disco Dave trying to keep it against Jinder and Lebroni, but the double team is too strong for them, securing the first point for Team Inter in this matchup. And of course now, everything's still open at the start, but let's see if in similar matches we've seen after like the 5th round the first sign of a team potentially being a bit more on the upper hand. So let's see if it's going to happen in this round as well, or if it's going to be a bit more even than the previous matches. As the entire team of Inter going all the way through mid, getting the first shot off on connector, and now of course potentially going towards A side, as the bomb is left behind, but one of the team members now trying to get it, as Gajin gets killed by Vernsko on the connector. Can get one person, but gets the backlash, avenging his friend right here. And now Daju pushing a bit through connector, getting the, let's say, again a revenge for his teammate. I shouldn't call it that, but it's okay. And Donlon, of course, seeing one person in jungle, but can't quite get the duel down to his side, as Jindar defeats him. And Disco, of course, defeating another person on short, as now they get Inter getting the bomb plant on A side and potentially securing it for hiding in A ramp and having a clear shot on the bomb in case anybody wants to defuse it. A very interesting strategy in a very secure place for Team Inter to stay. As Jinder also picks off a person trying to come from CT side, as it's a 1v3, and I think Inter is about to tie the score right here. I mean, they only have to wait the bomb plant, and it's safe to say that Disco Dave probably won't push this one, as he doesn't have the time, he doesn't have the manpower, he doesn't have anything, and even gets picked off by Lisjinder. Very, very unfortunate for him, but good for Inter, as now the entire team of Stixon losing their weapons and having to buy another ones, as I think Inter can now afford a full buy. Well, almost. Like a little, not quite, but yeah, let's count it as mostly a full buy. As we see a half buy from Stixon, they have to find a place to get back their foothold in this matchup. As of course now the information that 2 people are on mid, as I think he's seen it right here, but can't quite get the shot. Peeked it, very unfortunate. As Inter pushing through mid, going towards B side now, as it seems, or at least having a tendency to go there. And yeah, they're trying to commit to B side, as it seems, over short. And Peaktif waiting for them there, as Lebroni now picking off 2 people potentially on A side. Yes, he does it. And Legenda, and getting just 2 headshots also on B side, not even needing to plant the bomb, immediately getting the recovery for his team. Very important round wins, as they're going on a 3-round streak right now, potentially turning this into their own time to shine. But once again, the heads up that at the half mark of this match, we're going to move to Wild Ones. But let's see, let's see how it's gonna go. See now, an interesting weapon we haven't seen yet, I think, in this entire tournament, the AUG, now being used by Vernsko. Pretty decent weapon, I would say, works quite well. As we see 2 people pushing towards mid, as 3 people going on A via Palace and A ramp. But Lebroni getting the first shot on mid, losing a lot of his HP, but still getting his team on the board with the first kill. And of course, now opening a potential room for his team to go all the way on A side. At least mid now being free for the team to push through. Now can Benedict, he can pick off one person, can he pick off all 3 trying to push through A side? As now the CT people are getting through from CT, what's it called? Flanking them from the side, but can't quite get the flank through. As Inter now still in a 3v3 and in a bit more of a favorable position, I feel. As they're holding down, A side quite well and picking off 2 people and potentially now securing this round for themselves, and they do it with also an AWP secured on their side. Very important weapon for them. And I think they can go, yeah, it's safe to say they can go for a full buy. And yeah, interesting to see what the team of Stixon is going to do. It seems as they're only going to go for a half buy and just waiting to get more economy to go full out in the next round. Also, we see EC with the salvaged weapon from CT side. As now Daja with the first shot on the A ramp, I think it was. And very well use of utility, making sure to both keep pressure on window and connector while pushing all the way through mid and getting the shot, the kill on short, and Lebroni getting the kill on A side. And once again, the numbers in the advantage of Inter. They seem to have found their groove in this match right now. And a very nice flash all the way to A side, but EC didn't even need it to defeat the player on CT. Getting them into, well, what's starting to look like a comfortable lead. 3 points ahead, that's the highest any team has been ahead in this matchup so far. It's still not much, 3 points are easily lost again, but it's going into a very good direction for them. Now we see very split up, only 1 person on A, 2 people going towards B, potentially going through the tunnel then towards mid, and 2 people on mid. And getting shot by the AWP from Peaktiv, getting Lesginder out of the match is very important, I think, for Stixon, as he seems to be one of the top players of Team Inter, but it's safe to say that all of Team Inter are doing a very good job right here. And Words go with a smoke, a flash, I think, towards mid, but doesn't pull off anything based on it, as Inter has mid secured and just deciding on where to go. They can basically cherry pick right now wherever they can get more kills and feel like it's safer to go through. And now trying to boost their way through jungle, potentially, to get a surprise shot onto A side. But that strategy already being made aware by these shots to Stixon. But can they still capitalize on the strategy and pushing slowly towards A, which seems to be their favorable position. As Donlon getting one of Inter's teammates down inside the tunnels. And Disco Dave holding down A side by himself, putting them in a bit of a lead right now. With 2 ops and 1 M4, that's a solid plan for them. But EC tries to get through B side. I think that's the favorable spot to go for them. But Donlon is not to be underestimated. He has taken out more people in this matchup as well. But EC takes him without breaking a sweat. And now getting the bomb plant down is crucial, because that puts the pressure on Stixon to try and come to them and get the bomb defuse. And now they only have to hold down the site. But against 2 ops, as I was about to say, 1 peek might be the end of a person as well, because the op is packing a lot of punch right here. But going down a bit recklessly as he just pushes out of the door from the kitchen. But his friend Disco Dave securing the win for this round. Stomping the, I think, 5-win streak. Or not stomping, but stopping the 5-point streak from Inter right now. I'm running out of energy drinks. I only bought 1, I should have bought more. As we see Team Inter still going for a full buy. And Team Stixon trying to distribute the loot as much as possible, but still only going for a half buy, because the other team members don't have that much of an economy, I feel. At least, no, it's not really a half buy, but 1 person with a max 7, I think, had not enough eco to get something good. Yeah, I just love the word stomping, sorry. But now 3 players slowly trying to go to B side. Will they go into a B rush? Or will they just make some noise and try to retreat? It's an interesting mind game that we can see right now. Where are they going to go? They could potentially just fake to go to B and then go towards A. Or they could even go a bit more big brain and go the fake towards B, faking then to go towards A and going back to B. But I think their commitment is clear. They're going on A side as they get the first pick on A side as well. But Donlon figuring out the strategy rather early and picking off one of the players in jungle. And he can see the gun from Peaktiv right here. but can't quite capitalize on the situation as they're trading with both our op shots, not killing, but Donlon picking off the injured Daju for his teammate. As now the last player, Legendar, in CT side. Can he bring this one home for his team? It's a 3v1, but he has the skills to bring this one home. As we can see right now, he has 2 players left on A side, and I think he is aware that those 2 players are going to stay on A side. Some interesting maneuvers, trying to get himself into an upper hand. Not trying to do anything too risky, but he still only has 25 seconds before he's going to lose this round otherwise. So he has to make a move rather soon, or has to save this round anyways. And all that Team Stixon has to do is play for time if needed, but they can't do it as Legendar just demolishes them on his own on A side. Very nice aim from Legendar right here. At least on the second one. As we see, of course, the economy looking very, very comfortable for Inter. Instead, Stixon a bit in the rough right now. They still have a decent amount of money, but they're going all out. If they lose this round, they're going to be going for probably at least 2 Echo rounds. So if Inter wins this round, they're going to have potentially an easier play for the next 2 rounds. We see Daju expecting one person by the bench and getting the headshot right away. But of course that giving the information to Pictif that one person's coming from Apps, and he immediately uses that information to defeat Daju on Apps. Now mollying off connector. One person was trying to go through from Stixon, but can't quite get through as the molly of course blocks them off to go to mid. We see them rotating now, trying to go to A, but getting approached by Wernsko with a very deep push through A ramp. Of course that the information for Benedict, who's trying to position himself well now, and can actually pull it off as he's hiding all around the corner, evening the score for his team. I think now both teams being a bit more cautious because they don't want to lose any more players recklessly. The push from Gajin, very, very well, aggressive. It could have worked out, but it didn't quite, as Disco Dave just waited out the smoke and got a bit earlier shot on Lebroni right here. So this Jindar evening the score once again for his team. As now the bomb is on A. Can they get the bomb plant down and put the pressure on Stixon? Because I think Stixon doesn't really know where the bomb might potentially be planted. As Pictif getting the drop on Inter EC, very unfortunate for him, and now flanking Lisjinder from both sides. And that, even though they got the bomb plant, giving high risk, high reward to Stixon, who used pretty much all of their economy this round, but at least got the round for themselves as well. High risk, high reward. As we're approaching the last, I think, 5 rounds of this match that we're going to see before we switch to the Wild Ones. But this match definitely a close one. No team getting too far ahead, which is very unlike the first matches that we've seen in this tournament. Because I think the further we go into this tournament, the further we'll have evenly skilled matches. Meaning that now we're going to get more into, well, more trifling matches in the full B rush from Team Inter. A very interesting strategy, but can they pull it off? One person getting cornered by the fire by Team Stixon, and Stixon now with the 3v1. But can they bring it home? They have to work together here and not try to push him one-on-one. And they do it exactly how I just expected it. But first, what? I'm not sure what you mean. As we now have the 1v1 on B, no bomb is planted. So currently still, if the time runs out, the advantage on Benedict. But he is facing a very tough foe with this Jindar, who's trying to bait him out. And he can win the 1v1, almost tying the score. And now, of course, Stixon a bit on a roll as they force potentially Team Inter into an eco. Only Lisjinder being the one to buy. Or to buy something more expensive, let's put it this way. And the op and mid, a very crucial opponent right here in the middle. And of course, expecting one person to go from tunnel, since that's a common place to go from, and getting the drop on him with a second op shot, with the 3 players of Inter now trying to go through apps to B, where only one person is waiting, so that might give them the upper hand to turn the tides of this matchup. As Vernsko now getting swarmed by 3 people, and of course giving that information to his teammates. As you can see, 2 of them rotating right away. One staying behind on A for the moment, but now committing also to go to B, as they can be aware that this will now be the target of Inter right now. As the 2v1 is happening, Lisjinder versus 3 once again. We've seen this before, but this time Lisjinder, unfortunately, with not that much of a time alive, and a bit of, well, bad play, I think, for Donlon, just not trying to defuse too much, and actually just playing a bit with a bomb. You hate to see it, but potentially just waiting for his teammate to pick up any weapon they want. So maybe also that as a strategy. But again, we have the score tied as we're approaching the final, the final 3 rounds and potentially the midpoint. So far, very even match, very evenly skilled. As Stixon, I think we always have a bit of rushes, as you can see. We have the 5-point rush from Inter, now 3 rounds in a row from Stixon. The teams are not giving themselves any, any breathing room at all, which I like to see. Now an early nade, getting quite some damage on this Jinder. But can he capitalize on it? Just trying to spray through the smoke and apps right here by Vernsko, but not quite catching anybody. As Lisjinder with the op and Palace, that's a deadly combination. Then we see the off from Pictiv. He's going all the way to try and flank the team, and he gets the surprise shot on Gajin. That of course puts, I think Lebroni is it, on edge, who's in apps, potentially getting back from him. And we see Disco Dave taking down Daju, but now getting flanked by 2 people. One coming from Palace, one from A-Ramp. And of course the team now trying to loop back towards A side, but there's still Lebroni from the outside, and there's what I was expecting, to flank the person in connector and getting the kill, as they now know that both of the players will be on CT, but Lisjinder can't capitalize on it, leading them to a 1v2 against Lebroni, but Lebroni is not to be underestimated with. We've seen him win in the situations like these, and he knows where both of his opponents are, so he can expect it. Now slowly trying to pick up the bomb, potentially getting the bomb plant, as he's slowly but steadily running out of time, and trying to fake a plant. Very interesting strategy, but can't quite draw anyone of Team Stixon out for the moment. They know that they're in the advantage unless he plants. But they get reckless and push out, as Lebroni has a very nice positioning to get the kills for Stixon. And I saw the question, does this tournament have a prize pool? Yes, it does. The winners will get Amazon vouchers, I think in the price range of around 80 euros. But only for the winning team. So only the winning team gets something. But there is a small prize pool then in that case. So we're playing for some marbles here as well. As you see, Team Inter very split up. One person going to be Zan, and Pictiv pushing all the way up on mid, and it actually works out for him as he picks off both Gajin and Lisjinder. A very important pick off by him. And Benedict, we see very aggressive pushes now by Stixon, but it works out for them. Pushing all the way through A ramp. And now Lebroni also getting surprised by Pictiv right here, and it's a 1v5. Inter getting surprised by the very aggressive strategies from Team Stixon, but it worked in their favor. But Inter EC is committed to turn this into a potential ace. And let's see. Please answer questions. I did answer the question. I did answer the question that there will be an Amazon voucher. I did answer that one. Does it have a prize pool? There's an Amazon voucher. That the winning team will get Amazon vouchers for each team member. I said that before. As we're approaching the 7v7 for the final round, who will have the upper hand? It's fine, don't worry about it. And it could be that you overheard it, it's totally fine. I just wanted to make sure, because I was wondering if my mic was recording, that's why. But we see a B rush from Inter, a very aggressive strategy, but it might work out in their favor. As they're now turning this into a 3v3, but already on the side, getting the bomb plant, but one person in abs pushing behind them, maybe something they won't expect, but Daju already on the case, and as I said, they might not expect it, they do in fact expect it, as this Godave now gets Daju, and turns this into a 2v2, and of course now knows where Issy is, and the same can be said for Benedict, who expects Lesgender to be here and picks him off right here, as he also picks off Issy, and do they have enough time to get the bomb defuse, giving them the 1 point lead, a crucial lead, a small lead but still potentially crucial for this match in the halftime, as we are moving now, because it was also requested before, to the opposite match, which is Wild Ones versus Team Trödeltrupp. And depending on how fast this is going to go, we might switch back for the finale of Inter versus Stixon. So let's see. I'm quickly preparing it as I go along, so for the short, it's going to be a short time of being silent on the stream, but now the game is loading up, so I'm going to switch back to it. As we see the Wild Ones versus Trödeltrupp, let's see who's going to be the one who faces whoever the winner will be from the match we've just seen. The match we've just seen, very close. Let's see how Wild Ones versus Trödeltrupp is going right now. I don't know how you expect it to be, but I have to say you're in for a surprise. The Wild Ones have 2 points this time, but that's about it. Sorry to say it. As we're now approaching also round 15 here. So let's see how Trödeltrupp is gonna go. We need Inter, Inter had already 3 matches that they were on, so I think the Wild Ones, having only like half a match right now, they deserve to have a bit of quality time as well as Trödeltrupp right now. So we're moving back once this match is over, don't worry about it. But we're just quickly gonna jump into this one. As Trödeltrupp gets once again the bomb plant down, and I think it's safe to say they have A side secured, as only 2 members of Team Wild Ones is actually remaining. But Paddock's using the op to take down Kate. Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna move to him anyways. If you see this match, most likely this one, if I can make a bold assumption, sorry to say it for the Wild Ones, but we're probably gonna move to the other match very soon anyways. Looking at how this is going. So don't worry, Inter fans. You're gonna probably see the second half of that other match as well still. Because this team only needs 3 more points and they're good to go. But let's see, it's the round is switched, so potentially Trödeltrupp not that good on the CT side. Who knows? But let's see. You see the team of Wild Ones pushing to mid, but getting immediately greeted by the dual Berettas from Cordoba, who's just spraying through the smoke together with Neko and getting 2 quick kills, as Bishop now tries to push through to A side with his team members as they're being greeted by the remainders from Trödeltrupp from the middle. But sadly, getting traded right here, leaving the 3v2 situation as they try to desperately get a bomb plant down. Let's see if they can actually manage it. But Baba Yaga getting actually surprised by Vinx, who was waiting for him. And getting now Delgado with the 1v3, and sorry to say it, he's not going to be able to manage this. Giving the 14v2 lead for Trödeltrupp. And I think the Wild Ones will meet a rather abrupt end. They had a tough opponent in the first half, and they have an opponent that is on fire right now in the second half. So let's see how they're going to, well, approach the second half right here. They have to come up with some sort of strategy, because very soon this match is going to be over. But we see they're once again trying to push through mid. Not really getting through, as Nick, who tries with the MP9 to actually hold down the line, getting 3 kills right away on the team. And now Kate trying to hide behind a corner from the team Trödeltrupp, but can't quite get it down, get that strategy working, as it's once again a 3v1 for Baba Yabiga. Now I actually pronounced him right. Giving the match point to Trödeltrupp. And I think it's pretty safe to say that very soon this match might actually be decided. Sorry to say it. Match point, and I don't think that Wild Ones will be able to come back from this. So probably the next person, or the next team that we can sadly say goodbye to in this matchup. First it was Team Stainless, the first one's out. And now the full push on B, the last attempt, potentially, that the team of Wild Ones has to come back. I mean, it's still possible, but a lot of things are possible as well that are unlikely, to be fair. But they're holding down A side, they have the bomb down, so the pressure right now for this match, well, it's not that much pressure, but still a bit of pressure if they want to end it early, is on Trödeltrupp, as now Kate, the only person left to defend the site, but of course getting the knowledge to his team members and getting killed by Cordoba. And does he have a kit to get it down? And he does, and with that, it is decided. Team Wild Ones is the next team out. Thank you for joining in. Sorry to say it, as now the team of Trödeltrupp moves on to face either Inter or Stixon. And we're going back to that match right now. I'm just going to pick this one off. And let's see how that match has turned out in the second half. It's been very close in the first half. So let's see what the current status is in the second half. I'm loading it up as we go along, and we're going right back in. No break between these matches. We're going in. We're going right on it. It's going to be exciting to see how this match turned out. It was very close in the second half, and I think Stixon had the last upper hand in the last match, and they kept it going very closely. But they have, let's look on it. They have the 2-point lead. They lost the first round on the second half, but won the second two, then extending their lead by 2, and a 2-point lead is all they need. And they get the next round when, as we speak along, and securing a 3-point lead even. So Inter maybe having to revise the strategy that they've started early on their CT side. Potentially not the strong suit for them on Mirage, but it's too early to say. So let's see how the match continues. Next time, Locate, maybe show better game. I think she's a very good player. They have to give credit where credit is due. But I know that their team had very little time to prepare for this tournament, so I would assume that it's because of that. As we see Stixon already very early on the B plant, as the entire team of Inter pushed through the middle, but didn't quite find anybody home, unfortunately. We see Kate also in the chat. I hope you're not too devastated, but nice to see you here as well. I see Donald now holding the gates down, knowing also that there's a second person of Team Inter waiting for him there. Can he get him as well? He does, as the team holds down B-side very, very well with now the 5v1 situation. We've been in that one before, but let's see if Team Inter can actually come back from this. Because if Team Inter loses this one, they are out of the match. So this one is important for them. They have to really get back to this one. But losing another round, giving the 4-point lead to Stixon. And that lead is a crucial lead. You're fully hyped and then a hello comes. Yeah, that was a bit of a stomp for your hype. But you're hyped all the time, so I think that's fair. You can get the hype back. I believe in you. Okay, we see an interesting strategy trying to smoke off the window, I think, from that angle. Or potentially connector. I'm not too sure which one it was. As the team of Stixon once again pushing to B side. It worked before, so maybe it'll work again. But this time Gajin waiting there to greet him. And also Daju holding down the middle. As now only 3 team members of Team Stixon versus 4 of Team Inter. Can they defend the B side from them? Because we know that if Inter has the numbers advantage, they usually turn the round into their favor. Getting the bomb plant, now they have to play for time, I think. And Donlon not wasting any time to get shot in the face. But also the team kill, as we see from Team Inter, unfortunately. That might be the crucial point, but not quite, as Lebroni saves the day for them. That team kill might have almost cost them that one round, as they've immediately lost one team member. But bringing Team Inter back onto the board, potentially going back. This match is going back and forth all the time, so potentially now it's the time for Team Inter to finally capitalize on the strategies they had. Because Stixon now realized that, okay, B-Rush doesn't work, so let's try something else. And I guess they try exactly what I was about to say. Let's try an A-Rush instead. But no, they're not rushing to it. Okay, fair enough. You see Disco Dave wasting little time to go directly as far as he can into A, but getting immediately stomped by Gajin, but at least gets one kill off, as Gajin now gets the second kill on the boxes. And now, of course, Team Stixon having to figure out if they want to continue to push here, as Team Inter has this site very secured. Crucial kill by Vernsko as he gets Lisjinder. I think for me personally, the MVP of Team Inter right now, out of the match. But that doesn't mean anything still, because they still have Lebroni, who's a very crucial player along with other members of their team. But Vernsko making sure to not get flanked from the back, but Lebroni trying the second flank, potentially pushing all the way through Palace, as we can see him sneak around and shooting Vernsko into the back if needed. But Gajin potentially expecting a rotate to B. So let's see who's going to be faster. If Vernsko can make it onto A side before Lebroni gets him. Because I think Lebroni is going to slowly go towards A ramp and follow the team member in his footsteps, as both teams now very, very cautious. Inter has the number advantage, they don't want to squander it. But I think Vernsko is about to get a surprise from behind if we look at this. And that sounded wrong, I know it does. Okay, trying to fake the plant, but didn't expect, as I mentioned, one person flanking all the way behind. Lebroni keeping his cool, circling around, and getting the second win, or the second round win for Inter, closing the gap more and more. As we now see the team of Stixon now not trying to commit early to any site as they've done in the past, but instead trying to keep back, and a very nice scout shot by Peaktiff. Very well done to get Lisjinder in the middle in window. And of course now trying to stay together, I think that's crucial. Also knowing that one person is in window and Benedict gets him, even with the, I think, well, not having the weapons advantage, but still getting a decent shot on him. As Inter now tries to stomp the approach from Stixon, and so far doing a really good job at it. But they're sticking together in window, but being flanked from 3 sides right now, which I think marks the end of that large lead that they've built up as Inter closes the gap more and more, and putting a lot of pressure also on the economy of Team Stixon, unfortunately as it is. See a headshot by Peaktiff. He's not giving up yet, trying to be careful, but of course giving that crucial information to Team Inter. And now hearing the footsteps of Daju, which was the crucial mistake. If he would have been a bit more sneaky, he would have expected him, but Isi saves it for his team. Very close, but very good. We see Inter closing the gap a lot. They only need one more round win to tie the matchup. And yeah, let's see how it's actually going to go. Because now Peaktiff getting the early shot on Gajin on mid, but Lisjinder getting the trade for his teammate. And of course smoking it to safely traverse the opening to not get shot by anybody else in mid, but there's nobody there as they're trying to push on A side right now, securing A side for themselves. Let's see if Team Inter can actually bring this one back for them, but he has a very good spot, seeing just through that little gap in the smoke and picking off one by one the team members of Team Stixon. And now Team Stixon still keeping their cool while getting surprised by Legenda and bringing home that one round for themselves. And now Stixon only 3 points away from moving on to the last losers bracket match we're going to see today. So a very, very close matchup for them right now. Ah, my nose is starting to get blocked, sorry. I don't know what it is, I hope it retreats soon. But now trying to get early onto A side, but getting stopped by Gajin right here. Hearing them probably coming through a ramp. As the rest of the team keeping a bit their distance, but they have to be careful because potentially there is Liz Jinder coming from the other side. And he potentially expects him and it picks him off as he tried to flank them. Very good spatial awareness and very lucky for him to go there at that specific time. And of course, very unfortunate for Liz Jinder right here. A very good attempt and would have worked out if Donlon didn't circle around at that specific time. It was very unfortunate for him. And now, of course, the question, and you can see it also in the placement from Inter, where is the team going to go? Will they go back from A side, or will they try to keep the pressure on A side and potentially go all the way to get the bomb plant on A side? Who knows? So far, Stixon also trying to not to give too much away, but looking at the bomb placement, I would assume they're trying to get an opening on A side, as also now 2 of the team members going to connector. I think A is their go-to target, but are they aware of the jungle team members? I think they are, as Gajin wins the duel against Donlon by a hair. But of course now known that he's in jungle. Very unfortunate for him. But Lebroni can't quite get the distraction for his team member, as 2 of the teammates get picked off by the op from Disco Dave. And now, of course, the numbers advantage and the bomb plant for Team Stixon. The pressure is on as they're going one step closer to getting their lead more and more comfortable. The question is, what will Team Inter do? I think EC is more trying to save as Gajin tries to see if he can get one more opening. He doesn't have that good of a weapon and I don't think he has much to lose. But I think this is safe to say that this round will go to Team Stixon as well, leaving them 2 points away from, well, from the potential final match. Okay, and we see Team Inter now going for a half buy, trying to maybe save some economy, but still keeping up the pressure, and potentially winning that round for their team to get back on the board. Because if Stixon wins this round, they have a comfortable position of only match points. They then only have to win one more, as Inter has to win every single one just to get a tie. So it's crucial for Inter to win this match and not get this let Stixon get that 1 point. As now a no-scoped headshot by Peaktiv popping off right here and defeating, I think, 4 out of 5 team members from Inter, getting the, well, the match point as, well, dreaded by Team Inter, and Inter has to win all 4 upcoming rounds to win. And looking at their economy, they're in the pickle right here. The economy definitely favoring the side of Stixon. So let's see if they can make the most of it. They have to win this one, otherwise it's over and they're out of the tournament. So it's very important for Team Inter to win. It would be a shame to have such a good team out of the match right now. But let's see. It's not over yet, but they still have a shot right here. As we hear the Max 7 somewhere on A, but I think it's not quite working, as Benedict picks off 2 team members right away, potentially securing an opening onto B side. There's still one more person on B side, now mollying off what seems to be, and I think the auto director is broken again. Hold on, let me check. Yep, there we go. And now we see Gajin, the last defender for his team, against 5 people, and I think it's safe to say that Team Inter unfortunately loses matchup. Team Stixon moves on into the last match we'll see today, as Team Inter is now unfortunately out of the match. Very well played match, it was very close right up until the end, but Stixon with the cooler, keeping the head a bit cooler and making sure that they are, well, winning this match and bringing it home for themselves. And now we only have one match remaining, so let's just quickly, I have to get back to the bracket because we're gonna see one more match tonight. That's the last one we'll see tonight, but let's see. We're gonna go into the bracket, and we see here the last match that we see tonight is Stixon versus Trödeltrupp, the last best of one of this tournament in the losers bracket. The winner moves on into the round 4 and is going to greet whoever loses tomorrow from that Zuknix versus Play Reborn, which will be the first match we're going to watch tomorrow. So every Play Reborn fan, if they're still here, you can be excited for that one right here, because that one's going to be quite fun tomorrow. So we're currently waiting for this one to start. I think I'm going to use the time for a quick bio break, as I'm going to just stay here on the bracket for you guys to enjoy. And I'll be back in a moment, as I'll just quickly also put up some music for you guys again. And yeah, I'll be back in one moment, as you can see here for the bracket. Okay, and we are back. I see that Team Trödeltrupp versus Stixon is beginning now. It's gonna be Inferno, so I think we're just gonna go quickly back into this scene right here as we're waiting for the team members to get ready into the match. So we're gonna jump into that one at any point. And yeah, all that's left for me to say is so far this was an amazing tournament. I'm excited for tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to have the finals. So Kate, you can be looking forward to that because it's going to be a lot of different matches. It's going to be very, very tight. And I think we're going to go for longer than tonight even. So it's going to be quite some time that we're going to stream here because all of them, as mentioned, are best of 3. And tomorrow we'll decide, we'll finally find out, because it will be decided, that's what I wanted to say, who will win the Amazon vouchers. Curious to see it. We have 4 teams currently still in the mix that all have a shot at it still. But of course, now posing the question to you guys in the chat, which one are you currently thinking will bring this one home? I'm curious. As we're waiting for Trödeltrupp versus Stixon, which one do you think is going to move on here? Just curious about it. Stixon? I mean, you're a bit, well, how can I say it? You're a bit biased because you're a part of Stixon, but still, I can see why. Trödeltrupp, okay, 1-1. Very interesting. Excited to see how it's going to play out, actually. But yeah, I think from my side, looking at the performances we've seen so far, I think Stixon might also have, let's say, the favorite status for this matchup, as they've just, I think they've faced off against the more dangerous enemies, or dangerous enemies, the more dangerous teams in this matchup so far, and I think they held their ground quite well for the moment. So I think for the time being, they will still have, well, quite the hard time for themselves, but they have a slight upper hand in my opinion. That's my feeling from what I've seen from the match right here. But yeah, once again the shout out, as we're waiting still for Master Blaster, the tournament platform we're using. Once again, this makes it super easy for me to just sit here, go into the GoTV, and just cast these matches for you. And also for all of you CS enthusiasts right here in the chat. On Sunday, we will also have the ESL Division 6 match of our own team. AGC has its own team who's playing in ESL Division 6 right now. They're starting off right now. And I'm excited to see how their match is going to go. So yeah, that one will be casted also by me then on, well, Sunday. Otherwise, looking at the time, I'm deciding whether or not we'll have Alien Isolation tonight. I'm 50-50 on that one. And tomorrow we'll have the final of CSGO. Then on Saturday we'll have Breath of the Wild, hosted by myself. And on Sunday we have, well, first a CS match, and after that a short go into a game that I like a lot, which is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Eyes of Heaven. So for all you anime fans out there, you can be excited to see that. But yeah, I think with that, I'm just going to look into how the match looks right now to see if the players are ready to go. And we're not missing out anything for this last match of tonight. I'm just quickly checking that right now. It's loading on my side because I actually used two PCs, one for the stream, one for the game, to split the load a little bit between those two PCs. So don't wonder about that. As we still see, at least from my side, one team member missing for Team Stixon right now, and two team members missing for Trödeltrupp. Not two, three team members missing for Trödeltrupp. So we still have to wait for the team members to join. Now Stixon is full, and Trödeltrupp still having to wait for 3 more team members for their chance. And also Jenny, thank you for the raid. Hi, nice to see you. How was your stream? What did you stream? We're anyways bridging time before the last match right now. Oh, I see you streamed Hogwarts Legacy. Nice. So yeah, I've been up for the last 3 hours and 20 minutes casting this one. And it's interesting to get back into casting because I think the last time I casted was, I don't know, I'm not sure if you know it, Kate, but I think it was probably to around the end of 2022. I think it was even AGL 3 when I did the last casting session. So I was worried to be a bit rusted, but you can get back quite easily, I feel. So yeah, funny to see that, how easily you can get back into casting. I'd encourage anybody to try it because it's a lot of fun. I'm here just having the casual seat, sitting in the back, just casting, doing my jokes every now and then, and just having my fun here. Whereas the teams actually are doing most of the work. I'm just sitting here talking over it. But it's still fun. It's a lot of fun to do for me, personally. That's just something I can highly recommend. But yeah, I'm still looking on the side how the match is going so far. I think, honestly, let's just go into here, as I will turn down the audio once then the music once then the match actually begins. But for the moment, let's just pick it off with some music and just enjoy the warm-up so you can at least see something of the game. We're still waiting for 2 team members to join, but we're soon going to be back, or it's soon going to start, as now all team members are here. I think it's starting soon. The last match of tonight. Let's get all the hype you can have still in the chat, because this one is still from the losers bracket, so this one is deciding. One of these teams moves on into the semifinals, and one of these teams is out of the tournament. So everything's on the line right now. As we're just waiting for the warm-up to end, as all team members are now ready, apart from Peaktiff from Team Stixon, so just waiting for them. He's now ready. Knife round will begin, so music is off. And now we're actually going to go into the matchup to see who's going to win this knife round. And can decide for the last time where they're going to start. We're once again on Inferno. I think that's pretty much where we started most of the matches as well. So We're starting it off with Inferno, I think, and we're ending it off with Inferno for tonight, to give the teams also some rest before tomorrow. As we see all teams once again meeting in the middle, waiting for all to come, and Turteltrupp wasting little time going for the early kills, but it doesn't work out in their favor as Stixon now gets it, and then one person trying to retreat from the opposing force, but can't quite get it done, as Team Stixon can decide if they want to switch or stay. Oh god, that is loud. And I think they're gonna decide to stay, so they're starting off on CT side. So far the side that has been in favor in every match we've seen on Inferno. So let's see if it also works in the favor of Stixon. They are on fire, I think, right now, as they've just started from their win against Inter. A hard-fought victory. So let's see if that gives them power up, or if otherwise they might be also a bit tired from that match, because they had pretty much no break in between. So let's see. As we're now seeing CT, Team Stixon, 3 people on B, expecting a potential B rush, as Turteltrupp goes through the middle, wasting little time as one unit going all the way through the middle, staying together. And of course that information going to Stixon and to their team members coming now from CT side, as they get the first kill still, and trying to defend A side from the oncoming Turteltrupp. But they can get 2 kills off and planting the bomb right away, as Disco Dave tries to hide in pit, waiting for his team members. Can't quite protect himself long enough before the team arrives, and Shin, of course, expecting people to come from library, as he is right. 2 people are actually coming from library, but the team actually uses that to their advantage to kit both people off, and it's up to Benedict against 2 people. We've seen him do it before, but can he do it again to try and get A side back and secure this first round for his team? Let's see if he is capable and up to the task to do it. But he's trying to retreat, trying to keep a bit of distance. That didn't quite work out for him, as Turteltrupp gets the first win. They have a longer period of break. Maybe that works in their favor. As I'm now also out of energy drinks, as sad as it is. But okay, we see pretty much an entire eco on Stixon's side as expected, with a half buy on Turteltrupp, as Turteltrupp now goes towards B side, pretty much rushing it through, but one person staying a bit behind, trying to pick off potential stragglers, I think. But now all committed to B side. Can they defeat both players? One player giving away their position to the parkouring Cordoba, who can get him from above, because he tried to get Vinx, and we got him actually, but had to pay the price because he gave away his position at that time. But Neko trying to protect now the B side from Banana, from the oncoming Team Stixon, as Paddox is trying to go from church to get Disco Dave, and he just waited for that cue as he was trying to look at another, what's it called? Trying to aim at another opponent, and didn't quite get it down, as Peaktif now tries to win it for his team, but can't win it in the 4v1, unfortunately. But very good attempt by him, at least picking off one person. And now we see the buy from Team Stixon going for the real weapons. So now, potentially the tides moving in their favor, as Turteltrupp winning 2 early rounds on T side, something we haven't seen so far. So far really popping off here. Well, I wouldn't say popping off just yet, but they're on the way to do that. As Neku gets the entry kill against Vernsko, potentially giving them an opening on A, as they now know that at least one person is down on A side. If there are only 2, that might be a 1v whoever, but we can see 2 players still on A side, 2 still on B, trying to protect it, but both teams being very cautious not to be too far ahead. So we now see Donlon getting, evening the scores, but Shin once again leading the charge out of Boiler, getting Disco Dave, who's hiding under that little hut. And now potentially the idea to go towards A, but actually it's something unexpected, as we see one of the players from Stixon moving towards A side. The entire team of Turteltrupp is rotating to B, via banana and tries to move there. A very nice positioning by Donlon behind the fountain works out very well in his favor as he can pick off 3 people, or 2 people, and with addition from Benedict with the fire. But now it's a 2v1 for Paddox, and I think he's wondering where that person who threw the fire is coming from. But I think he has the wrong idea because it's actually in the graveside, in church. Instead, yeah. Actually now doing potentially again a rotate, a very silent rotate back to A. I mean, he has the time, but he has to move fast if he does it. But no, he's trying to stay committed to B. That might be a mistake. If he tried to book it, he would have had potentially a time. As we now see, he took his time, tried to sneak on B's side, but Benedict waiting for him, pick him off. As we see Wernsko trying to taunt a bit the team of Trödeltrupp. Maybe trying to get in their heads. I'm still not on last bit of my energy, so I can use that. This energy has been as bad as it tastes, bringing me through the stream completely. So credit where credit is due. Let's put it this way. Now we see the early hits on Peak Tiff, getting the trade for Cordoba by Shin here. And now the team of Stixon very aggressive, pushing a bit far towards Banana actually. Something unusual, and actually holding the line as well. But unfortunate for them, none of Trödeltrupp are going towards it actually. Very unfortunate as we see Disco Dave mollying Boiler just to be safe. As now Wernsko coming, expecting someone from Apps and actually picking them off the Max 7. In these close quarters, the Max 7 actually is really good. Disco Dave spotting one person coming out of the tunnels in mid, and that might be tying the score for Stixon if they can get Neko down. But Neko has proven to be a very crucial player, but very unfortunate timing to jump right out there on the rail, and moving also into the wrong direction to look at short, where the player was actually coming from library. Evening the score for Team Trödeltrupp and Team Stixon right now. As we see Trödeltrupp now with the eco, as dreaded. Once Stixon has the guns, they went on the offense, and so far it's working in their favor. But if I look at it, Trödeltrupp tried to go for a very fast B rush, and of course that information immediately transferred to the team of Stixon, as now one player peeked him right here, trying to potentially loop around, and he's waiting for the confirmation from his team. I think now they know at this point that they're actually all trying to rush down on B. And actually R&B, they lost many teammates and a lot of health, having a 2v2 and even having, from a health perspective, the downside. But at least what is going in their favor is they have the bomb plant, so the pressure is on Stixon to try and get to the site early to defuse the bomb, and they have enough time as Peaktiff uses the op to defeat Neko, and even has time to pick up a potential better second weapon and defusing the bomb right here, giving the lead to Stixon. And I think that's a three match streak for Stixon right now, potentially trying to get a bit on a roll to hopefully close the gap early. And well, the sooner one team goes into the lead, the more pressure will be, or let's say with the lead I say an extensive lead, so 4, 5, 6 points, and the sooner the pressure will be on the opposing team. As we see Stixon now split up, 3 people on A, 2 people on B, and immediately the pick off on second mid, and again a pick off directly on mid as well, putting the advantage again into the hands of Team Trödeltrupp, and Vink staying too long in the fire, having to move out only to get surprised by Benedict right here. Very unfortunate for him, as Paddox and Shin having to figure out what they do against this numbers advantage right here. Sorry, my nose is acting up. Okay. But both team members now, the situations after some initial phases having calmed down a little bit, as Paddox and Shin trying to regroup for Trödeltrupp and think about what they can do. They still have a minute, they have enough time. But if they're trying to go towards A side, they are expected by 3 people. So they might not be a good strategy for them to go to. Whereas we see Benedict expecting potentially someone to loop all the way through CT. But we see now The team trying to get into a bit of a crossfire, potentially pushing out on A side, but Disco Dave hiding in the corner and picking off potentially both team members right here. He can't get Paddock's quite, but he has him down to 8 HP, and against 3 people, that's crucial. It's basically a no-hit run, and even the nade gets him. Very nice nade by Peaktiff, getting Paddock's out of the game after the very nice preparation from Benedict right here. Oh no, sorry, it was Dave. Gotta give credit where credit is due. I love his profile picture, by the way. Very nice mustache. It's Dixon extending their streak by 1 more point. And again, going for the strategy. It worked out so far. So having 3 people on A, 2 people on B. Worked out like a charm as the team of Stixon, now of Trödeltrupp, fully committed to A, it seems. But a bit split up, going through mid and second mid, and potentially going then through the apps to try and pick off someone. But Disco Dave waiting for Vinx with a very nice aim, getting the immediate headshot as soon as Vinx pops his head out. And of course now knowing that potentially more people are coming, Dave on a roll, try to get 2 people. Can't get the third one, but gets him down to 1 HP, I think. And now Wernsko surprising Cordoba from behind, leaving it up to Paddocks against 4 people. He's been in that situation before, and last time it didn't work out so well. Now he has more HP. Does that work in his favor? Benedict gets him in mid, securing the 3-point lead for Stixon, which is the first major lead right here. I think, Shady, you know one of the team members. I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but sad to hear it that you're not that happy about the performance. Very sad to hear it. But I mean, the round is still young. We've only played 8 rounds. Not even a third of the match is done. And we've seen in the Inter versus Stixon match a lot of turnarounds coming up as well. So nothing is lost just yet. As the team of Trödeltrupp now very, very divided. Trying to keep pressure on both sides. Getting potentially 1 pick off to then try and push one side and commit to one side, as both A and B are very well defended by Team Stixon so far. And Disco Dave getting a nice peek into apps and getting Shin right off the bat. And Neko also being very low, securing once again a good starting point for Stixon in this round. As the team of Trödeltrupp now regrouping, that might not be a bad strategy, as they're now potentially going towards B, which is the lower, let's say the place that's less guarded by Team Stixon. As now a lot of util, and you can see immediately Stixon getting the information to their team members, trying to hold the ground right now until the team of their teammates arrive and can flank them. As Cordoba gets once again up on the barrels, he's feeling very comfortable there, as they're trying to spray through the smoke, and with a very nice spray, getting Cordoba, who's low anyways. And again, the 2v4 situation, as Neko at least tries to get the bomb down for probably some economy and putting some pressure on Stixon and potentially turning this very unfortunate start of the round still in the favor of Trödeltrupp. As we see another flash by Stixon, and both of them trying to defend quite well, but can't quite get it off. Very nice positioning, but the numbers advantage by Team Stixon in their favor, securing them another point with a defuse. Even without a kit, that wouldn't have been a problem for him. So Stixon getting into what I think is now, an entire 6-point streak. So I think they have their strategy down for CT's side, with some close calls, of course, like this one right now that we've seen in the last matchup. But so far still doing quite good. So let's see if they can keep that performance as they have it right now. It always works for them to have 3 on A, 2 on B. It seems to work out fine. They have their teams, they have their strategy, as Trödeltrupp seems to try and always be a bit on the defensive side, which doesn't seem to work out in their favor there, as they always get picked off on mid, or getting picked off with, or getting damaged by one or the other nade and molly, which leaves them wounded for then the actual confrontation, which puts the upper hand for Stixon. And as we can see right here, Stixon just has their aim better and has their angles better down. As they're being surprised by Peaktiff from the other side, a lucky shot, as Disco Dave also gets a trade with Cordoba and Neko. And now again the 1v4 situation for Paddocks. How does he always end up here? Very unfortunate for him. Of course, Wernsko just waiting for him to try and go for a plant. He doesn't go for a plant, but it still doesn't matter as Wernsko gets the win, the round win for his team, securing now a 5-point lead. Wernsko the GOAT, he's doing an amazing job for his team for sure. And as we're looking on, Paddock's leading the team for Trödeltrupp, and Disco Dave actually the headline for their own team. Wernsko being the lowest player there, but still all of the team members of Team Stixon showing well coordination, and also if you look at how they react to the plays of the team, very well communication between the team, and I think that's giving them the upper hand in this match right now to have this extensive lead that they have. As we can see now, the team getting one kill on Banana and now retreating back. Stixon has nothing to lose. They can play it safe. As Team Trödeltrupp now trying to more get committed to A, but they're about to be surprised by Wernsko from the back, who now confirms, of course, to his teammates on A that everyone is on B. They've seen it right there. But yeah, as we can see, Trödeltrupp now pushing towards B side and actually getting the upper hand for once in this matchup in a long time. It's been a while, but it actually works out in their favor right now. As Disco Dave spraying through the smoke, getting one player. And now trying to flash A side for his teammate, I think. And spotting one person, getting the winning the duel against Cordoba, but gets surprised by Paddox, who's standing on the bomb right here. Who gets the surprise shots. Can he win this 1v1? He could have the upper hand here. But unfortunately with 4 HP, very unfortunate for him. Good attempt by Paddox, defending the side against, I think, 3 people even. No, 2 enemies. Okay, fair enough. But the third one was too much. It's the AUG, not Wernsko. I mean, he's doing a good job nonetheless. We have to give credit where credit is due, to be fair. As I think Trödeltrupp now having to come up with a decent strategy to at least close the gap a little bit for that crucial second half where they will be on CT, which seems to be the favorite side for all the teams right here, and it's also the favorite side for me, so I would assume that that's just always the case. Looking at what we've seen so far in this matchup, and maybe that favorite side could come in handy for Trödeltrupp as well, as they have those 2 points, but they'd have to really change the game on that side, because they have to change something right now as well, as they're now trying to fully commit once again to B, but taking too much time, allowing Stixon to now come from CT side and having them basically cornered when they try to push. And I think that round once again going in the hands of Stixon, giving them one step closer to the double digits as we're approaching slowly but steadily the halftime of this last matchup of today. And yeah, it's safe to say that Stixon is having the upper hand, and if it continues like this, Stixon will move on to the semifinals. So curious to see if they're going to manage it. I mean, they're going to have to face either Team Datsuknix or Team Play Reborn, and they are both very strong teams. So Stixon will have to use the day tomorrow to prepare for those 2 teams. As you can see now, Trödeltrupp trying once again the strategy to divide themselves a little bit more. Divide and conquer might be working quite well, as they have the numbers advantage if they go towards B side. But even with 5 players, they took too long in the past, leading them to have not the upper hand when they try to push on B side, unfortunately for them. As we see the control of Stixon towards the, let's say, mid towards A. As we see Bandit getting the first kill of the matchup. Very important kill, of course. It's Cordoba now trying to push through the smoke, but nobody's home, unfortunately for him. As Pictive waiting with the op, getting at least one person out, but the trade with Shin for his opponent. And Vinx now securing another kill on the board by getting Disco Dave. Getting him out is crucial in this matchup, as Paddox is expecting someone in pit, but they were actually in mini pit. But still no match for Paddox, as he was able to react quickly. And of course now getting the molly to get Donlon. Very unfortunate for Donlon to get here. He was very low already, leading to the 3v1 for Benedict. And that one is difficult because they have the bomb down, and it might actually be Looking at the economy of his team, a good chance to also save his gun. They don't have the pressure. But Benedict tries to go for it anyways, getting 1 kill in pit. But 1 person in graveyard as well. He heard him as well, saw him as well. Leading this one into a 1v1 and of course trying to pick out Wings, but Wings securing the bomb for his team. Getting 1 more point for Trödeltrupp in this matchup. Very important to at least stay alive as long as they can to get to that favorable CT side right here. Very unfortunate, but it worked out in their favor. As you see, Stixon still relying on the same strategy. It works in their favor, so I'm not blaming them. To have 3 people on A, 2 people on B, I like to highlight it because they've done it, I think, for almost the entirety of this first round, and it worked super well in their favor. Apart from 3 rounds that they lost, still going well. But here, getting surprised by being a bit too aggressive, pushing down the stairs in apps towards second mid, getting the first kill for Trödeltrupp in this one. Let's see if they can actually get the return on this one. Let's see. I mean, there's still 3 rounds until the middles, the mid of the match, where the rounds, the sides are being switched. That's what I'm trying to say. It's late already. So, as I said, they only have to stay alive long enough to have the to have a potential favorable spot. But let's see. As we see, Donlon, I think, together with, I can't quite see who it is. It seems to be Benedict once again, trying to protect B side. And now Disco Dave getting the kill on mid and expecting someone from Boiler, which might be actually not a bad strategy. But actually retreating back to long, not too bad to keep it safe. Picking them off 1 by 1 because they're already down a player. They should first try to get the numbers advantage again, as we see Trödeltrupp trying to slowly, very, very slowly, I like that, little steps, approaching towards A side, but getting picked off, trying to get picked off by Donlon, who gets surprised by an op, and Benedict getting the trade with Paradox and Neko, for Neko to secure a plant, leaving the numbers advantage on Trödeltrupp's side. But Stixon has proven to still be, I think, the players with so far the better map awareness, but Vinx is popping off right now. I haven't seen that person that strong in this match so far, but now killed 3 people of the opposing team, securing another point for Trödeltrupp, as Stixon starting to lose their lead. Trödeltrupp is closing that gap. It's the crucial gap that they have to close before the side switch. But Stixon is of course aiming to get into those double digits as far as possible. They only have to win a few rounds. They don't have to win much, but they have to win a few at this point. As we see Vinx keeping their cool and getting the first pick off as Paradox follows up with a second one and Shin with a third. They're popping off right now. They have their strategy down. I think they have it figured out how to get Stixon on the CT side. Lucky for Stixon, it's only 2 more rounds. But of course, that very comfortable gaps getting very, very close and no casualties on Trödeltrupp's side as they're approaching the last round of the first half. Very unfortunate for Stixon to lose that many rounds in the end after having such a strong performance at the start. I mean, they've lost 3 rounds in a row, potentially now losing the 4th if they can't do something against Vinx and that op right now. But let's see if they can actually make it happen. Donlon using a nade to try and get some damage, getting 2 players of Team Trödeltrupp. Important damage at this point in the match. Because it's not about who can pick them off the fastest, it's about who wins the overall match by surviving the longest and getting the most damage on the other opponent. It doesn't have to be the headshots, sometimes it's the small tick damages that you get over time. As we see Donlon trying to face them a little bit, not sure if this is a good strategy, as they're trying to peek through the window in apps but getting surprised by someone coming out from Boiler, and now the team getting committed to go to A side. As we can see Stixon trying to rotate to support their team member on A side, where Vernsko is sadly on their own for the moment, but getting support from Donlon, who's coming from CT to support against the 4v3, and now also Benedict moving along as well, as Vernsko gets the drop on the opposing team members, but can only defeat 1 before Paradox and Vinx take out him and his friend as well. And now the 3v1 for Benedict. He has the skills to pull this off, but it will be difficult closing the gap further and further for Trödeltrupp right here. And they have a very good positioning, and I'm not sure if Benedict will be able to pull this one off. Sorry to say it. He has the potential, he has the skills, but does he also have the patience? He gets the first shot on Vinx. Can he kill the second one? He can't, because he gets surprised by him. He thought he wasn't there, but he was. Getting this 9-6, 4 points. That might be crucial, that might be the game changer for Team Trödeltrupp right here. As we are approaching the last half, the potential last 15 rounds of this matchup. Unless we go into overtime, of course. That can also happen, but let's see. They're cutting it close for sure. They're making it a lot more closer than it might have been at the start and than it might have seemed at the start. Let's see. Trödeltrupp also going for a similar strategy. 3 on A, 2 on B, as the full rush on A side is going. And getting surprised by Neko in pit, unfortunately. Picking off 2 people before getting stopped as Shin gets the third one. And now, once again, the numbers not in the advantage of Team Stixon, with only Vernsko remaining. Very unfortunate for Team Stixon, but very nice plays by Trödeltrupp, getting back on the board and closing that gap further and further. They're climbing back up from the initial beatdown that they received by Team Stixon in the first match, in the first half. And I think that, of course, giving the burst of energy to Trödeltrupp to bring this one home. So let's see if they can pull it off, or if Stixon finds a way to crack the code of what Trödeltrupp has been changing. Because whatever they've been doing, if they're communicating better or whatever, they have been on the upper hand for this one. As we see now, changing it up, 3 people on B now for Trödeltrupp, and only 2 people on A, as, well, Stixon once again going towards A side, blocking off A, but can't quite see the person in the hut as they get the traded off once again, and now getting swarmed by the opposing team, unfortunately for them. So the early push could have worked, but unfortunately didn't see that one person under the little roof to the side of short. And with that, losing 2 of their team members due to the distraction. Very unfortunate, but Benedict pushing through the flash, very important, as now 2 team members are retreating back to B side, but once again, Stixon on the lower end. They're receiving quite the beatdown by Trödeltrupp right now. They have to now work together, Donlan and Benedict, to try and secure this round and get themselves back into the double digits and back on the board. As now trying to get the bomb, they get the bomb down but lose 1 team member in the process. As of course now Trödeltrupp knows they don't have to survive long here, just long enough, as their friend is going to come to try and flank them. But Donlan trying to push just a bit too far to get a peek into Church, with Paddox expecting just that to happen, as he knew if he would come from B side, his friend on Banana was close enough, so he knew that, he was aware of that, and was, well, calm enough to keep the focus through Church, getting the pick off on Paddox and then defusing the bomb. So very well done, very well team coordination by Trödeltrupp right here, as they're closing the gap to almost a tie right now. Winning, I think, now up to 6 matches in a row. This is how it started for Stixon, and let's see if Trödeltrupp can use this advantage on the CT side. As Stixon is struggling, getting a lot of damage from the util as they try to push. And Vinx with the 3 kill on Banana, but can't quite get the 4th one, but retreats with 12 HP. What a performance. Really well done. And now, 2 people left on Stixon before the tie. Before it's all even again, and the odds are still, I think, in their favor right now from Trödeltrupp. But let's see. They haven't lost a team member yet, and of course Stixon once again trying to find some way to crack the code of Trödeltrupp, because they found a way. They're working well together. And Benedict about to be surprised right here if he's pushing too far. But he's expecting someone on long, but not this close, as Cordoba really hugging the corner, trying to get the headshot. And now it's Peaktiff against 5 other players, and Peaktiff is a strong player from Team Stixon, but is he strong enough to get an ace? I think that one is debatable. He starts it off by getting Cordoba, but of course Neko waiting in that favorable spot, which is pit for them. As now they know that only one person's left and they have the bomb, so they know that he's on A side now. And he's, I think, trying to go to B, but getting surprised by Shin. And if he's lucky, he can get them one by one, and that's where Peaktif is at his strength. So Team Trödeltrupp has to do what they did just now to try and get these little peaks that they did right now to tie the score in this matchup. Very important tie for Team Trödeltrupp. I just quickly had to blow my nose, so I'm muting myself for a short moment. As we see the echo, or mostly echo, on Stixon's side. And mostly a buy except for Shin for Trödeltrupp, who immediately picks off 3 players, almost 4 players from Stixon. I mean, they have the gun advantage, of course, due to the echo. But still, quite the dominant performance for the moment by Trödeltrupp. Really closing this gap very well and getting Wernsko off of the plant. Can Vinx get the person in balcony for the win? We see already a pause announced by Team Stixon. They're trying to strategize again. And against all odds, it didn't seem like it, but Trödeltrupp, the first team to go into the double digits. And of course now, Team Stixon has to find a strategy. They have to find a way to somehow recover from this. As right now, the odds are not in their favor. Trödeltrupp has, if we're looking at it, won 8 matches, 8 rounds in a row. The mouse battery is empty. Okay, not strategizing, but actually just, what's it called? Actually just exchanging the mouse battery. I can relate to that because prior to the stream, I realized that the mouse I'm using to control CSGO, that one is also not working. So I had to run quickly before the stream again to get some batteries. So I feel your words go, but yeah. Trödeltrupp got a long time strategy. It seems like it. Very long time strategy. Let's see if it works in their favor and if they can continue. Both teams now having a full buy. So can they make the most of it? Stixon having the long range guns with the AWP and the scout to try and hold down, potentially hold down mid. As Team Trödeltrupp being a bit more aggressive on banana, but trying to stay a bit away on A side, in fact. As Stixon mostly waiting in A ramp to try and get one pick on either side to then move forward towards that side, I guess. But Neko getting the headshot from Peaktif, who peeks out of Boiler, staying true to his name, but can't quite get the kill. As now, of course, their position is known, so they might have to turn around and get to another position. As Cordoba very unfortunately runs into the molly that was very well placed by the team of Peaktif and Donlon here in the middle. And getting the first kill of their round with a bit of damage, but mostly fine. Potentially giving them an upper hand, or at least a bit of a boost of morale for this round. As they're now trying to take it very careful and retreating even to A side to get the full push on. Can they make it happen? Benedict getting the headshot on Neko as Peaktif gets killed by Shin. And now Shin waiting for his opponents on short, but only gets one. As now Paddock's once again in a situation we've seen him before. 3v1. I mean, now he's on CT side, but he's always the last person standing. He has a defuse kit, but he has to get past 3 players of Stixon who are hungry for a win, who are hungry for a round win. They know that an Amazon voucher is on the line and they want it. A lifetime supply of AT Monster Energies, I don't know. Whatever they're going to buy from it. As I think the team's both now waiting out the time. Paddock's trying to save his gun. Well, good strategy from him, makes a lot of sense. And of course, Stixon ties the score, I think. And Paddock's gets even one kill on Wernsko. Very unfortunate for Stixon, as one of their players can't quite save their gun. They have enough money to get one back though. So not that much of a loss, luckily for him. As we see what looks like mostly a full buy on both teams. Not really with the two FAMAs on Trödeltrup's side, but FAMAs is still the decent weapon. As now the question is, what has Stixon learned from that one round? Have they had the wake-up call on how to crack the strategy that Trödeltrup has been using this entire time? Or if that was just one lucky round for Trödeltrup where they felt a bit too comfortable after an 8-round streak. I can't speak anymore. I've been speaking for 4 hours straight. Yeah. My voice is also starting to die down slowly. Yeah, both teams now trying to be careful as Shin gets the first pick off of Pit. And now, of course, throwing a nade to try and pick off anybody who's trying to follow up on short. But one person is an Apps. Let's hope that they don't get Cordoba, at least for the team of Trödeltrup. Stixon needs that kill. As, of course, now their position is known, which is very important for the team on defending A side right now. As they're trying to get Benedict out of the match right now, which is a very crucial player to get out of this match. And Cordoba getting the upper hand against Donlon, as they have the numbers advantage on A side, but Stixon looping around, rotating to A from their B approach to now try to go full A. And how long does it take for Trödeltrup to realize? As now we see one person rotating already through CT from Trödeltrup's side. Very important. Cordoba getting the drop on him and Neko finishing Wordsko. As now the question, of course, is where was Neko? Where did they find him from? And Benedict getting surprised by 2 players, and that puts Trödeltrup once again in the lead. MP9 against FAMAS. I mean, both weapons I don't like, but if you like them, that's something very well. Shin pausing the match, maybe a bio break, or otherwise, once again a mouse, who knows? As long as it isn't in the last CSGO tournament where one person poured coffee over their keyboard, I think it's fine. Let's hope that didn't happen. Toilet break, okay. So I actually called it. But the question is, of course, which team does that help to have a short break? Does it help Trödeltrup just to keep their cool? Or does it actually help Stixon to re-strategize and revisit what they've just done? Lerox is a legend for it? For what? Now I'm wondering for what he's a legend. I mean, he is, to be fair, but for what? I want to be a part of this. Let's see how fast he's gonna go. Oh, coffee on the keyboard. Wait, that was him? Are you serious? That was him? Wow. Fast shower, too much sweat. Okay, fair enough. With me and 2v2. Oh god, I see. I see. I didn't quite remember the team setup. I forgot it was him. Oh my god. I have to tease him with that so much. You've given me power you don't know. Okay. Both teams now coming back. Let's see when they unpause the match. I guess it has to be initiated from Trödeltrup's side. And then Stixon has to accept while they're having a gentle conversation here. So, interesting sportsmanship by both teams, mostly. As I was trying to say it. Okay, the sportsmanship's out of the window. No, not really. It's fine. A bit of teases. As they're unpausing now. At least hopefully. Not sure if all of the team members from Team Trödeltrup are back. They're not asking the most important question. Well, what is the most important question? What's your favorite crayon flavor? Definitely yellow. Definitely. Closely followed by blue though. It's definitely too late. Yours purple? Purple is a good one too. I have to give credit where credit is due. You have a good taste, sir. Okay, but enough about crayon flavors. The match is going again, and it's a close one. So I guess it's important about who gets the next bigger lead, because that might be the deciding factor. Just getting those crucial points ahead and taking the rounds for themselves. Again, Trödeltrup, 3 people on A, 2 people on B, as Stixon mostly pushes towards A. And the question is, does that work in their favor right now? Because Stixon has to come up with a strategy to win many rounds in a row in order to actually keep pressure on Turtletop. Because I think just one round won't matter. It has to be 2 or 3, or hopefully even a sweep for Stixon to come back from this, because Turtletop is on fire right now. They found out how to play together. So when will the next tournament be? We're already in the middle of the first one. When will the next one be? I mean, the next one will be tomorrow, which is the second half of this one. So we're not yet on the finish. But also, hi, Kevin. And the next one, we'll see. We're trying to give tournaments for the major games throughout the year, so it's not yet decided, but we'll see when it's gonna be. We'll announce it soon enough. As you see now, Stixon trying to take careful, getting the first kill on Cordoba. And now jumping down from balcony, getting Shin on the side, and now having the control of A side. Very important for them, as they also get the person on long, which is Neko. Very, very sad for Neko as well, but giving the upper hand for a potential tie for Team Trödeltrupp. Not Trödeltrupp, Stixon. As potentially, Trödeltrupp is now trying to save, that's what I'm trying to say. For the bot. He's doing quite well so far. Or is he? Let me check. Oh no, never mind. Sorry to say it. His team's doing very well, but he's now at the bottom. Sorry. But still, I think both teams showing very well strategies and very well coordination. So all players are doing a fantastic job in this tournament. I feel still. That's at least my diplomatic strategy, or diplomatic statement right here. Oh, and can they get one person from their save? They can't, but it's once again tied with 11-11, and we've seen Stixon in a situation like this before, and they managed to pull through against Inter. Can they do it again against Trödeltrupp right here? That is the important question to ask. As now we see switching up the strategy, now putting 3 people on B and only 2 people on A, but not being too aggressive on either side, as we have mostly an echo on Trödeltrupp's side and a full buy on the side of Stixon. My nose is really acting up right now. Haha. So apologies if my voice sounds a bit different. As Wings get the first kill on Benedict in apps. Not sure if they've seen the second person behind him though, but a crucial kill to open up the round. Getting a bit of the numbers advantage right now, because that numbers advantage, it might not seem much, but it can be crucial in a moment like this. As one person of Stixon is entering a 3v1 on B side, which is Peaktif. And the question is, can he pull it off? He can get one person, which is Cordoba, but Shin avenges his friend and gets the trade off. As now the 3 remaining players of Stixon pushing onto A side, and the information immediately going to the remaining players of Trödeltrupp. But Paddock's holding it down on A side, which leads it down to a 2v2, and Wernsko is very, very low. So he has to place his shots right, else he might have an issue. And he gets killed by Paddocks, as now Donlon gets it into a 1v1 against Shin and pulls through, getting Stixon after a long, long time back into the lead. Well, it wasn't that long of a time, I'm exaggerating, but still. One moment. Okay, that's a lot better. Now I can breathe through my nose again, which is a lot better. And Trödeltrupp going for an echo, trying to desperately get more money for better weapons, so that round might be in favor of Team Stixon for the moment. As Stixon should not get ahead of themselves, but they might extend their lead right now to 2 points. And those 2 points at the end of the day, that's all they need. Peaktif getting Paddocks right now, but Vinks getting a crucial headshot. But now expecting them to go through church. A very nice prediction by Peaktif right here, giving the numbers advantage to Trödeltrupp. And as I expected, judging by the weapons, this is not one that Trödeltrupp can win right here. This round they won't win, as Peaktif just picks him off, and Peaktif with the ace! Kudos to Peaktif, very nice performance, getting an ace, the first ace we see on stream right now. Very nice to see it. Very well done by Peaktif. Now, of course, the economy refreshed for Team Trödeltrupp, but 2 points behind, that might already get into the minds of Trödeltrupp. Because they've been in that situation before that Stixon had them in the palm of their hands, but they didn't quite capitalize on it, losing that very strong lead that they had. But let's see if Stixon can now bring it home for their team, or if Trödeltrupp can change the scores again. As Peaktiff getting the early headshot with a very nice placement of his cursor to make sure that whenever he peeks his head out, he's gonna get shot in the head for it. And yeah, 3 players now trying to approach Trödeltrupp on A side, and only 1 player, which is Peaktiff, which is I think the strongest one for Team Stixon, now trying to approach B. Both teams not trying to be reckless, keeping their cool, keeping their sweet time, because they know at the end of the day is every point matters at this point. No round can be wasted. None of them. I mean, the economy for Stixon is looking really nice, but still, if Stixon can get this round, they force Team Trödeltrupp into another eco, and that puts, of course, the potential match point onto Stixon, which will then give them the boost of energy that they might need. But Trödeltrupp evening the score right now against Stixon after a very strong start, and Donlon now has to go against 3 other players. He gets Shin, but can he also get Cordoba and Neko? I think Neko being the bigger threat of the 2, sorry to say it. But Cordoba, with of course the flank that they might have. Cordoba getting it. I said of course the bigger threat being Neko, and Cordoba gets the shot, closing the gap. And of course the pressure is not yet on Team Stixon, as Donlon has a lot of money so he can drop for his teammates. But the economy for Trödeltrupp is looking better and better. They still had a lot of losses, so they can't quite go into a full buy, seeing as Shin only has an MP9. But they still have the potential, as they're on CT side, so the favorable side right here. And again, a lot of dangerous util being used on Banana, making sure to damage anybody who's approaching fast. But we can see Team Stixon not trying to rush too far into it. They're very high on Banana, and this could have getting the first shot, defeating Cordoba right here, giving them the numbers advantage, which I say always is a crucial point. But can they also get Shin as they're trying to retreat through short back onto A side, and Vertigo eating that nade just a little bit, but being able to retreat quite fast. Because now of course the question is, how can they secure one of the sites to put the pressure onto Trödeltrupp? And I think a very interesting strategy here is they're both trying to go to B side, as they leave 2 people behind on A, sneaking past them. So very crucial placement, as Vink's now expecting it, and of course giving the information to his team. But an interesting strategy, as one of the players of Stixon is in library. So potentially picking them off again from behind, having a flank and a flank. Very interesting. But Shin picking off 2 people, stopping the approach from Stixon in their path. And potentially they're not giving them any corners, potentially tying the score once again. Stixon has to get the bomb down fast, else the score is 13-13. And once again in the favor, potentially, of Trödeltrupp, as I think now they might have enough money, if they win this round, to, well, get more weapons, as the economy now very much broken by Stixon, and they win this round, tying up the score once again. They're not giving themselves any corner. Not any at all. No quarters, what I'm trying to say. Because of course they're trying to stick the defuse right now, getting that safe point. And now it's even once again as we're approaching the last rounds of this this matchup. They're cutting it really, really close here. Which is of course very, very good for Team Trödeltrupp, as now Stixon is under pressure to try and get back this lead, and Trödeltrupp having the weapons advantage, as 2 players of Team Stixon only have a deagle. A deagle packs a punch, don't get me wrong, but it's still a disadvantage against an AK, I would say. At least from my perspective. And again, 3 people on A, 2 people on B for Trödeltrupp, as Team Stixon is very much divided, but getting the entry frag on B side, and of course trying to commit to that site now as well, as Cordoba has the high ground. Can he make the most of it? And he can try to surprise Peaktiff, but can't quite get the shot down, as now 4 players of Team Stixon are on B side. But Paddox is hiding in church, but can't quite get the can't quite gun down the bomb owner. But can they win this one against Stixon? They get the drop on them and get the round defuse as well, putting Trödeltrupp into the much needed lead. And of course now the economy of Team Stixon not looking good at all. Oh, never mind. It's better. But still, this round they have to win, because else the match point is going to Trödeltrupp, and then they have to win with an eco round, else they have lost their chance. Very tight match for the finale. I like it for today. And of course, it's not the finale overall, it's just the final match of today. So, very excited to see how this match is going to play out. Because Stixon can't get ahead of themselves, but also Trödeltrupp has to keep their cool. They need to win this round. This one is crucial. If they win it, they put Stixon into quite the pickle for a match point that also has at the same time an eco round for Stixon, which might be the worst case scenario that they could come up with. No team trying to get too far ahead. Stixon once again with the anti-frag. They had this in the past, but not sure if they can pull it off from the most of it. Cordoba now against Peaktiff and gets the shot as well, putting his team back on the map. And Benedict can't quite finish off Shin in the... I think it's Shin in the... no, it's Vinx in the corner. And Trödeltrupp getting most of them. And I think if they get Vernsko down, which might be the case, they are in the position I just mentioned. And they do. The match point for Trödeltrupp. After that first round, nothing that we would have expected. And now Stixon has to go all out and win this one. Else they have lost this match and have lost their spot in the tournament. We are in the losers bracket, so if they lose it, it's over for them. So let's see if they can bring this back. The last 2 rounds of this match. And Trödeltrupp just has to win one of them. They just have to keep their calm and win one of them. As Stixon makes the most out of it with 4 Galils right here. But of course, getting the push onto the A side, very important for them. The question is, can they get the drop onto the players? And they get the shot on Vinx, which is I think one of the deadliest players. Getting the trade from Shindo. And now, the question is, who gets the first peaks? Paddox gets defeated by Peaktiff, very unfortunate for him. Getting the numbers advantage on the side of Stixon. They're not giving up without a fight. As Benedict defeats Shen here. And getting them the much needed A plant. Cordoba 4 against 1, and I think it's gonna be down to the very last round of this matchup. And the question is, did Trödeltrupp just lose their cool? And will we see, for the first time, an overtime here? A very, very close match, closer than I could have ever imagined for this finale. So very, very cool to see this right here. It's not a finale, again, I'm saying finale, it's the final match for today. As Peaktiff puts them on the board, and of course they now have the weapons advantage. Because the economy of Trödeltrupp is not looking too good. But they have the favorite side. So can they find a way to bring this one home? It would be unfortunate for them if they lost it after having such a comeback, but both teams deserve to move on. That's definitely the case. So either side showing a very, diligent performance, trying to bring their team into that crucial semi-final to face off against that Zucknix or team Play Reborn. That's what their name was. Now, of course, both teams are very, very careful, not pushing too far ahead, because any shot might be a deciding factor. As the first pick on Trödeltrupp's side, and now expecting a potential second one. The shot might have called him out here on for Disco Dave in the middle, as they're now trying to retreat back to B side, which is also heavily guarded. Very close match, as I think the full team will slowly try to go up banana towards that precious B side. The question is, can they actually make it happen? As we see now the util being thrown, pushing out as they can. But eating a nade right here, and I think even some friendly fire along in the mix as well. As Disco Dave and the team now try to get Vinx down and get the trade with Cordoba, sadly for themselves. And again, Cordoba defending the side very well, giving the upper hand for a brief moment to Trödeltrupp, but now it's a 1v2. They've lost the upper hand by not being too coordinated, just storming on the side to get those precious kills. And now, of course, putting the pressure on Neko to win this for his team. Else, we go into an overtime, which would be the first overtime of this entire game. And Stixon does it! Which will be an overtime right now. Very, very special to see. And now the first overtime to happen. Which we have overtime number 1, which has 6 rounds. So the first team to win 4 of those will move on into the semifinals. The other team will have to, well, sadly, what's it called? Will sadly have to leave the tournament. But very crucial, very good performance by both teams. So both teams deserve to win here. As we're now seeing Stixon trying to be coordinated. They have, of course, the hype of having brought back that crucial lead that they had, and Stixon Trödeltrupp, of course, losing the match point. Very, very low blow for them, of course, but can they recover from it? They get swarmed on short by the team, and of course now the team of Trödeltrupp knows that the team of Stixon is pushing onto A side. And with the initial money, the starting money they have, they're pushing forward quite a lot. As Peaktiv picks off Paddocks, leaving them still with the upper hand. Disco Dave very hurt, but tries to stay a bit back. And they only have to defend the side to get the first point on the board. And every point matters now. They have to win 4 matches, but every single point matters out of those. As Disco Dave secures it, or Vernsko, sorry, secures it for the first overtime round win that we have right here. And we had in one of the first CSGO AGL matches we ever had, we had 4 overtimes, so this can go for a while still. And it's always the question of which team cracks the first under the pressure. And there is a lot of pressure coming up because the entire, well, staying alive in this tournament is on the line right here. And both teams giving themselves no quarter. They've played through this entire tournament and they are hot, and Trödeltrupp, having been in the very first losers bracket, still pushing and gnawing all their way back to this place. They don't want to quit just yet. I mean, they start on the favorable CT side, but the more matches Stixon wins on the T side, we've seen how dominant they can be on CT. That will be trouble for Trödeltrupp, as Benedict wasting little time getting the entry kill on T side, but walks into the nade by Shin. Unfortunate for him. But of course, nothing's lost yet, as now Neko getting the kill on Peaktiv, but getting surprised by the person who snuck their way all the way through balcony to get their entry kill. And of course now 1 person versus 3, both sides being a bit guarded. And I think the knowledge from their team member on B side is, of course, that they have the B side cleared, getting the crucial bomb plant, and if they play their cards right, they might get the 2nd point and 2 points on CT. For this team, we've seen that they can do it. So the more points they get now on T side, the larger their advantage is on CT. And if they win all 3, they only have to win 1 of the crucial CT sides. And Trödeltrupp is a long time on the T side, so they still have to get accustomed to now being on the potential, well, disadvantageous side, and that might be a problem for them. As Vinx just tries to pick off people trying to save that op. And of course for Team Stixon, it's important to get that op out of the hands of Team Trödeltrupp, and they do! Even securing the op for their own team for that last match. That is a crucial point for Team Stixon. And if they win this match, I'm willing to bet my money that Stixon will... I'm not betting anything for the record, but I'm willing to give the favor to Team Stixon that they're going to bring this home. I think they've tasted victory and they were so close to it that now they want to bring it home after bringing it back from almost losing the match to a match point by Trödeltrupp, which was very crucial. But of course Trödeltrupp, as I said, not giving up just yet, trying to secure at least that one victory round so that Stixon has to win 2 as opposed to 1. But turning the back to Vernsko, a very crucial mistake. And we see the team of Trödeltrupp has the numbers advantage, but they're very low. And the more players they can take out right now, the more it will be down to those very low players that might just have to get hit by a very unfortunate nade or anything else. So the advantage currently going into the side of Stixon more slowly and slowly, as they now have the bomb plant down, forcing the team of Trödeltrupp to come out of hiding and approach A side. They have them surrounded, but they have the hurt players, and of course now getting making their players known, and of course very crucial that he sees Paddox coming from A side, still taking a lot of damage, but he can take out both of them. And can they bring this round home? They can! A flawless first overtime half for Stixon, and now they only have to win 1. Whereas Trödeltrupp has to win all 3 just to stay alive. That is a god-awful task for Trödeltrupp. And I think that Stixon might bring this one home. That's my feeling I have. They tasted the victory, they were so close to it, and they have to bring it home right now for themselves to stay alive and have the chance to compete against either Datsuknix, why is that one in German? Lerox, seriously. And, or play Reborn in order to get their shot back at winning that crucial Amazon voucher, or those vouchers, because they're important. It's a high prize. As you see, once again, 3 players on A, 2 players on B. The classic strategy we've seen from Stixon that worked out super well for them in the first half. But can they make that work in this crucial overtime half right here? As we see them only having to win 1 match. Shin trying to ring the doorbell for advice. I can see that one, but still. Nobody's home still, sorry to say it. Nobody can give advice. As Pictif gets the entry frag for Stixon right now, securing B side once again. And now, of course, the question is, what will Trödeltrupp do with that? Well, with the cards that they've been dealt. It's very unfortunate for them that they're so low. And Vernsko getting the second kill, Dave the first, and I think with that they're getting the deciding point. There's only one person Cordoba has to defend against 4 players of Team Stixon. Gets down Vernko. Can he get the rest of them as well? He's down to very low HP. I'm not sure if he can do it in time, because even with 18 HP, it's going to be very, very hard to secure this one for their team. And Desco Dave secures it after a long and hard-fought battle for Team Trödeltrupp. So yeah, very well done by both teams. Very well played. I can only say kudos to both teams for staying concentrated this long. It was a lot of fun to see. Great matches by both sides. And yeah, with that, all that's left to say is, or that's left to do, is to take one more look at our bracket to see what we're expecting tomorrow, because we're done for today. But let's look quickly at the bracket. So we have Datsuknix versus Play Reborn. That will be the first match of tomorrow. We're starting again at 8, so the same times for the teams as well. It will be a best of 3, so a lot can be turned around in those crucial 3 matches that they might have to play. Whoever loses will then have to go against Team Stixon, who just won against Trödeltrupp, and whoever wins here will be the final players in the grand finale, which we'll all see tomorrow. So yeah, kudos to Trödeltrupp for a very hard-fought battle. Unfortunately lost, but have to give it to Stixon. They had more stamina, they had the potential to work better at the end, and kept their cool. Very well done by them. And all I have to say for me is, since it's so late, I'm not going to do Alien Isolation right now, because I also have to work tomorrow, so I want to have enough energy to stream through all the best of 3s tomorrow. So we'll have to cut it down right here. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow for the grand finale of this tournament, where also Kate will be joining me here on the commentary. And as I said, kudos to all the teams who have played. All of those who have lost, you still played a very good match. You still played very good jobs. And I'm looking forward to see how this tournament's going to end. So with that, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for joining in. And see you tomorrow, same time, same place, where we see the grand finale of the CSGO AGC Spring Tournament in 2023. Have a wonderful night. Goodbye.